Welcome guys, how's everyone doing? Come on in. I'm just going to sort a few things out before we begin. Lots to talk about again today. I've got my list. So as always, I've got a bunch of talking points just from the week, stuff I want to bring up. But if you guys have questions, we can start with the questions, and I'm happy to answer what I can to the best of my ability. And then if things dry up a little bit, I'll just go back to my list. And we'll take it from there. Bear with me just a tick. Getting some stuff sorted out. Make sure I've got your chat so I can see your guys' comments. Where are you? There you are. Yo, Spick and Span. You had a nice day, mate. Mitchell Jones. I'm doing well, thank you. I'm very hot. I thought it was going to cool down a bit, but it's just really windy at the moment, isn't it? The wind's a bit crazy. I saw the weather forecaster say that we were supposed to have like tornadoes tonight or something ridiculous. Irene News. You need to remind me again how to say your name, mate. I'm sorry. Corion Cleaning. How you doing? Roman. Could you briefly explain who are you and what's this all about? I've never seen you before. that's fair enough, mate. I'm a nobody. I just make videos on YouTube about pressure washing, and some people seem to like it. So, how you doing, Connor? Craig, you right? Thanks everyone for popping in. Do. The volume's good. Music not too loud. Right. I would like to purchase a membership. In today's video, the boosted member is up for $12.99, and when I click under the video, it's $17.99. I saw that too. But let me show you something, right? Because it was $12.99 and then I changed it. But you can't change it. You have to delete it and remake the membership tier. Let me show you. Can you see that? So you can see underneath here, that's the one I deleted, and I've remade it for $12.99. But can you guys not see that yet? Let's see what it is when I log in from my YouTube. I wonder if it just hasn't updated for some people. Let me switch to this account. Oops, wrong video. Join. Oh, it's still $17.99. What's that all about? That's really annoying, because I know it takes like 24 hours to make any changes like this, but I did it on Friday, and so it should have been done by now. I'm very sorry. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say about that. Maybe just wait. Just don't do it yet. Very annoying. Sorry, mate. Mr. Moo, how you doing, buddy? I've had a good Monday. I've had a great Monday, actually. My customer made me a bacon... What are the round things called with the holes in the middle? It's not it's a bagel. She made me a bacon bagel. Would you consider getting a pressure washing pole so you can clean gutters with it? Saw a video of Squeaky Clean Dave and it looked pretty useful. Yeah, HK pressure washing does that as well. HK jet washing. He's got an extended lance and he must put it on like low pressure. And he washes gutters like that, and it must be so much quicker than what I'm doing, which is using the brush, the water fed pole. Is this music too loud? Can someone let me know, please? I'd consider it, but when I've seen about like people mentioning pressure washing gutters in the past on like Facebook pages and stuff, on groups, people always put like laughing faces and they're like, who the hell's pressure washing gutters? But as long as you put it on low pressure and you're not causing any damage, I don't really see the issue with it. You could always do some sort of like post treatment as well if you wanted to, like maybe not necessarily a biocide, but you could lightly pressure wash the gutters and the fascias. The issue with like soffits underneath is that there's always holes in them, like some sort of breather holes for the roof or something. I have no idea how roofs are made, but you might end up firing water up into those holes, and I don't think that's a good idea, but I don't know. Would you consider getting a pressure washing pole? I've already read that, sorry. Hi Martin, my first time watching live, seen all your videos, really inspired by you. I'm going to get a pressure washer this week and fingers crossed start getting some work in. Keep up the hard work. Thank you, mate, that's very reassuring to know that my videos are helpful. Thanks, mate. What sort of pressure washer have you bought? Ride Clean, I'm very good today, thank you. A little bit tired. I had a late night last night. I need to stop having late nights on Sunday nights, because then I feel a bit groggy for the stream, which is not what I want. I get hooked into scrolling on my phone. I need to come off my phone for a bit because I get hooked into like Instagram and YouTube, just scrolling. Oh, it's a virus. Music's fine, thank you, Craig. What's your thoughts on the Skyback Mighty Atom? It was the one I was looking at. I went to purchase... Oh wait, the Mighty Atom? Are you talking about the generator or the actual vacuum? Oh, they're actually called the gutter vacuum, the Mighty Atom. So this is that the carbon one? Does Skyback, have they got a website? Do they actually sell them? Or is it Spinner Clean, isn't it? Mighty Atom with high reach poles. Okay, so take this for example. 768 quid. And does this come with... ...34 foot, 1600 watts. So the one I got instead, I was looking at this. What capacity is it? See, they only offer the carbon poles, which is strange. But I think the cheaper route would potentially be gutter vacuum systems. You get an extra 100 watts of power. If you go for their Panther, this one, not Instagram. So it's 1700 watt, and these guys sell the lightest aluminium poles on the market. So they're 51mm aluminium poles. Panther, and this is, I think this is cheaper. So that's with clamped carbon fibre poles. That's not the one I'm looking for. So this one here, 17. Mr. Moo. Oh, Mr. Moo's become a member. You're a circle member, boy. Welcome. Follow the instructions in the members section. Send me a text on WhatsApp and I'll add you to the private WhatsApp group for private people only. Special people. Thank you so much, Mr. Moo. Welcome. Can you add poles here? I don't think you can. I'm sure they probably sell the Panther with a pole package, but I think this one just generally works out cheaper. It's slightly more powerful, and in gutter vacuum systems, their customer service is absolutely on point. After sales support is brilliant. I actually made a video just because I was so pleased with them. You know, they saw one of my videos on Instagram or on YouTube, and I was cleaning some like pigeon poo out of gutters and stuff, and Julia from Gutter Vacuum Systems rang me and just wanted to warn me and say, look, be careful when you're doing that, because it's incredibly toxic for your lungs. If it's dry and you inhale it, you can get some kind of disease and stuff. So you need to wear a mask, you need to wear gloves, and you need to clean all your equipment out afterwards. And you can also what's it called when you make something like dormant? You can sort of kill it. So she said you're supposed to like pre-treat it with biocide to kind of kill it first, and then you can clean it. But she was calling me just to say, you know, be careful. She obviously had my phone number on their system because I've bought stuff from them before, and it was like, I think it was like 6 o'clock in the evening or something, and she just wanted to let me know. It's so helpful, so like, it's just so nice. So let's compare. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like you can get aluminium poles. Oh, Mighty Atom only. Do they do Mighty Atom with aluminium poles? Mighty Atom Guttervac shop. I've got that generator, look, see that Mighty Atom generator? I got one of those. That was so useful the other day when I turned up on the job and the customer wasn't home. It meant that I can just crack on. I was expecting her to be home, but she was late home from work. So it doesn't look like you can buy it with aluminium poles. So essentially their cheapest option here with carbon poles is 768 quid. Whereas if you go for the Panther, how tall are those poles? 34 foot. So let's just say 36. No pole bag, 240. So that's coming in at 719 quid. And that one's coming in at 768. So it's a bit cheaper. You get a bit more power. There's an extra 2 foot of height on these poles. Yes, they're aluminium, but they're incredibly light aluminium poles. And just based on their customer services, like I I mean, I've never dealt with Skyback, so I have no idea, or Spinner Clean. But I'd recommend this machine. It's the one I use on all of my gutter jobs. I bought their bigger one as well. I've got their GVS 3600. So I've got the big boy there as well for like commercial cleaning and stuff. Do you have a guide, like what chemicals to use and on what types of surfaces? Andy, I don't. What I'd suggest, if you're ever in the position, is to get yourself booked onto the Pure Seal course, because there's no way I could ever go into it in as much detail as these guys. These guys create the products, they sell them, and they can also train you on them. There's all sorts of different courses for like roof cleaning, render cleaning. I did the driveway, I think it was driveway restoration, so cleaning and sealing, and it's a fantastic course. No affiliation with Pure Seal, but I'd thoroughly recommend it. They're very good guys. And then once you become a Pure Seal approved applicator, once you've done the course, you get special discounts on their shop, and also you get to be a part of the approved applicators Facebook group. It's a closed group for everyone to share information and stuff, and it's a very valuable source, I think. I am going to gradually go through your messages, guys, so if you've typed something, I will try and catch everyone's message. Sorry if I'm going a bit slow. I tend to jump off on different tangents here and there. Thinking of getting the one you started with. Are you talking about the gutter vacuum? Because I started with the Screwfix, just like a sludge sucker. Screwfix Titan I started with. Wouldn't recommend it for cleaning gutters, but if you're on a real tight budget, then go for it, because that's what I did. What insurance company do you use, and is it specialist for jet washing business? I use Simply Business. I don't think they're a specialist necessarily, but they cover me for everything that I need. Hi mate, I'm new to the business. Hi Sebastian. Done one job for my friend. Just wonder what is the best way for advertising? Door-to-door flyers, Facebook groups, some websites like My Builder. So I've only ever advertised. I did one round of leaflets, and I'm never doing leaflets again because it was a total waste of my time. I didn't get one lead from it. It was a lot of effort. Spent a lot of time going around the roads, handing everything out, and it was a day where I could have potentially been making money. And my only experience with advertising is putting before and after pictures and reels and shorts and stuff on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. So my advertising is all social media. I've not paid for any sort of advertising at the minute because I've not needed to, because my videos do quite well. You might want to just message a couple of people who have already got, maybe someone that isn't in your area. Just message them and say, have you got any, have you found any success in any specific form of advertising? The best way I find that I get work is just talking to people, like engaging with people. Like I take my little girl to nursery on a Tuesday, and the amount of work I've got from this nursery, just from chatting to some of the mums, and they'll say, oh, what do you do? And I say, oh, started my business a couple of years ago. I do pressure washing. Oh, I need my drive doing. Or Mandy was asking about if I know anyone that does gutters the other day. Do you do gutters? It's like, yeah. And then that one conversation, I've had like 3 lots of work from it. And it's crazy how things spread. And then they'll tell their mom, or they'll tell their friend and stuff. And it literally does. It's like a spider web. It just, people talk. Like if you do a good job and you're approachable, people do make recommendations, even if they've not used you. It's always nice to have your online presence and your portfolio and stuff, but it's there's a lot to be said for just interacting with people. It's difficult not to, like, the only thing I've got to talk about recently is my business, because I'm so one-dimensional at the moment, because it's all I'm thinking of. I've got nothing else interesting to talk about myself. I've got no other hobbies, no other interests or anything at the moment. I'm very focused on the business, and so I'm probably quite boring to be around. What courses do you recommend? Yeah, I think I've just been over that. Still game, sorry. Have a look on Pure Seal's website. Welcome to the cult. Mr. Moo's part of the cult now. Stuart, looking to get into the industry. Could you give me the pros and cons of how you started your business? I don't think there was any cons, mate, to be honest. I've got an early video of pretty much exactly how I started on YouTube. I had cheap equipment and I just sort of give it a go. I just started doing friends and family's jobs. Made my Facebook page straight away. Started posting all my before and after pictures. I had my mum sharing it, I had my girlfriend sharing it, I was sharing it to my personal page so all my friends could see it. So everyone knows this is what Jake does now. This is what he's doing. This is the direction he's heading in. He's started his own business. Like, it's not just some hobby on the side. You can tell this was something I was really focused on and I was fully committed to. And then again, people just talk and they'll even if someone scrolled past a post that you've seen, that you've posted, if they're scrolling and they just see it and they don't even read it, but they see it and they scroll past, that's like a little ingrained thing in their memory now. Even if they haven't engaged with your post, next time they think about pressure washing, they might think, oh, I think Jake does pressure washing now, and then they'll give you a quick search. Just post everything. Get as much content as you can, even if it's not directly pressure washing content. Even if it's you've just bought a new piece of equipment and you're excited to try it out, or you're shopping around. Like, it sounds boring, but you're shopping around for the best price for different bags of sand, and you go to Travis Perkins like I did the other day, and you discover that sand is half the price of it, that it is everywhere else. Just make a little post that's interesting to you, and just keep your page active. If you post one thing and then you don't touch it for a month, or if you're posting the same picture every day, people are going to start like hiding your content because it's just like spam. It's not interesting. Share your story with people. People want to see you succeed, and so if you share the journey with them and make it interesting and make it genuine, you're not just after you're not just trying to get quick cash. This isn't the next business idea that you're gonna just try and make as much money as possible. This is like a future for you. This is something you're gonna really invest in, and let people see that. Can I ask, is it a problem if the sodium hypochlorite dries out in the heat before it's washed off? Will it stay in slabs or blocks? In my experience, I've not had any problems with that. I suppose there's a chance that if you're using a certain type of surfactant mixed with your sodium hypochlorite, there's a chance that could leave like watermarks, like dry marks or patches and stuff. But I've actually never had an issue. And occasionally, if I'm looking for like extra long dwell times, if I'm trying to get some black spots up and they're not coming up, I'll do a couple of chemical treatments, and I'll tell the customer, look, I can leave it like this, I'm not fully happy with it, or if you'd like, I can do another chemical treatment on my way, like while I'm packing up, and I can leave it down and just don't walk on it for the rest of the day. Don't let any animals on it, whatever. Or I'll just like suggest maybe a biocide treatment or something. But you might want to, since I had an issue with the sealer the other day, then not that it was related, but the thing I'm going to start doing is rinsing off every chemical treatment, every sodium hypochlorite chemical treatment. Just because if I end up sealing that drive, the instructions on all the sealers and in the guides that I'm a part of, it all says thoroughly rinse the surface after the chemical treatment. So I haven't been the best at doing that, I'll be honest. Messaged you on WhatsApp. What do you find is the best form of advertising? Are you relying too much on Facebook? I think we've just been over that, Connor, to be honest. Your experience, my experience with advertising is probably not very common, just because some of my videos are doing so well. Like if we look on my Facebook, let's just take my TikTok for example. So the Xbox just turned itself on. So I posted this resanding video the other day on Saturday morning, and it's on 2.2 million views, which is insane. And this isn't normal for like a new business or whatever. But now 2.2 million people have seen this video, and they might consider me next time they're thinking about having some pressure washing done. And so the amount of messages I've got from this, and from some of my other videos that have done even better than that one, and then you combine that with my audience on Facebook, where I'm putting the same content up on Facebook, so everyone on my page sees it, all my friends and family see it. Like, this is my form of advertising. So I don't do leaflets, I don't do newspaper posts and all that sort of stuff, because I haven't found that I need to. But that'll probably be different to you depending on, like, if you go the social media route, you might have different success. You might do a lot better, you might not do as good, and so it's difficult for me to give any advice on advertising, really. The only thing I'd say is just take pictures of everything you're doing and create a story behind each post. Don't just put before and afters and then say, like, I did this job in Redditch today. Put like a story and why it was difficult, and whether the customer's happy and any of the challenges that you had along the way, and just make it engaging to read so that people stop scrolling and actually take notice. Martin, know the pressure washer, mate. Martin, thinking of getting the one you started with. Oh, sorry, you were talking about the pressure washer. If you're on a budget, yep, I'd probably recommend it still. Expect to have some issues, some minor fixes that you might need to make, but like, as long as, within the 12 months warranty, if anything does go wrong, hopefully they'll sort it for you. I have had a few issues. I've had to chase them to sort of get replacement parts and stuff. But I think if you're on a budget, then great. But if you can afford to spend the extra £1,000 to get a UK made local machine from a local supplier, I'd say if you're looking for a long term you're looking to make a long-term investment, then do that. If you just want to get into the business as quickly as possible, and you're on a budget and you want to start earning, then yeah, go for the Kiam, the same one that I've got. Because I did it using that machine. Had a good week this week. Got contact from a local junior football team to wash their stadium grounds and seats. I'm shocked after 20 years of working for someone how life-changing it's been. Working for myself, just have faith. Yes, mate. That's really cool to hear. That's awesome. You might want to look at a product, not to keep plugging Pure Seal, but this is just what I know. And I think they've got a product called Synergy, which is what I use on like gutters and stuff. And this has got like the actual photo is like stadium seats. It's like a heavy duty degreaser, like a general purpose cleaner, and it's pretty much safe on all surfaces. So you might want to consider, you know, if you stick that on the end of an X-Jet and you can just spray everything down and then rinse it off afterwards, that might be a nice way to go for something like that. Why can't we at people in chat? I don't know. Is that something you could normally do on YouTube? I know you can do it on Twitch. I don't know, mate. Like, mention people. Have you heard of polymetric sand? Yeah, I think it's quite common in the US. Some of my videos, some of my resanding videos, people are constantly commenting on them, telling me to use polymetric sand, else it's a waste of time because it's just going to blow out in the wind and the rain and stuff. And I take their point, like I understand, but I think we do it differently here in the UK. Look at that. No grey polymetric sand. All the rain will wash away. Lots of comments about polymetric sand. Someone mentioned last week, I don't know if it was in the private WhatsApp group, I think it might have been, but someone mentioned that they heard of a guy mixing powdered weed killer with sand. That sounds genius to me. Oh, that looks expensive. Because then, would you need like a weed sprayer's license? God, that all looks quite expensive. Because you need a license to apply weed killer from like a knapsack, commercial weed killer's license. But if you're putting it with sand and brushing it in instead of spraying it, that could I wonder if that's like a practice. I wonder if anyone does that regularly. Glossphate. Weed killer sachets. And I suppose once it's in the sand and then it rains, it probably spreads into other areas, doesn't it? It's interesting though. I'd love to give that a go. Just on one drive, just do a test and then come back to it in 12 months and just see what it's like. Like a bad drive with lots of overhanging foliage and stuff, so that there's lots of weed growth. Nasty, you right, mate? Evening, fella. Hope all is well. It is, thank you. I wanted to ask your thoughts on resanding. Someone suggested wet sanding, which in my mind sounds wrong. Any thoughts? Do you know what? That's in my notes. I wanted to talk about that this week. I literally wanted to mention wet sanding because it's something I want to try. If you haven't heard of wet sanding, it sounds totally counterintuitive because you buy kiln dried sand for its dry properties. If you get a damp bag of kiln dried sand, it's useless, so chuck it away or tell them to take it off the shelf. But wet sanding means that traditionally you'll pressure wash what am I doing? Traditionally you'll pressure wash a surface, block paving, and then you'll have to wait like a couple of days for it to dry out before you can come back with dry kiln dried sand. If it's at all damp, it'll be too clumpy to fall into the cracks. So I was talking about this in the WhatsApp group earlier. If it's at all damp, you'll be brushing it, and instead of it falling into the joints, it'll be just spreading and like you're spreading butter. Literally like you're spreading butter over the top of the driveway. And then when it does dry, when the sun gets on it and it dries, it will fall between the cracks and leave holes. I've done it before. There's been areas where like the bin has been, like the garden, the wheelie bin or something. I've moved it off the drive, I've resanded, and where the bin was, it was slightly damp. And in that area, I've had to come back because the sand has left, holes between the blocks because not enough of it got down into the cracks. So wet sanding could mean that you can clean the drive and resand it in the same day. How can I type it into YouTube that it'll know what I mean? Here we go. Resanding brick pavers. Like, it could work. It does make sense that you can, spread it across the surface with a hose, but I think it'll be so inconsistent. And it probably would fall down into the joints because there's enough water moving it around. Oh, I'm going to get demonetized. Is anyone else doing it? I need to find some more. There's more examples of it on YouTube. I've seen it before. No, I can't find it. There's a few other things like this. Like, for example, have you ever seen the Americans using the tarmac squeegee? Hashbar squeegee. You ever seen these? See, I'm wondering if using a roller when I'm restoring tarmac. Occasionally I'll use a roller, sometimes I use a spray, like a spray sealer. But I'm wondering if this would be a much more thorough method of making sure it goes in all the pores of the surface, because occasionally with a roller you're just sort of hitting the top layer. Yeah, you can use like a long pile roller, but it doesn't always get down into the cracks unless you're like really pushing on it. But with this method you're probably using a lot more sealer, but look at the results, man. That looks well good, doesn't it? I'd love to have a go at that, but I feel like I'd just get it everywhere. It'd be a nightmare. I think I'd make a proper disaster of it if I did that. But is that tarmac, or is that some sort of concrete, you know, like a concrete composite? I don't think they have a lot of tarmac in the US, do they? I think they have mostly concrete. Love to have a go with one of them big squeegees though, wouldn't you? Conrad, Spinner Clean and Guttervac Systems are the same company. What? I have the Junior Guttervac and the motor packaged up the other weekend. Sorry. I have the Junior Guttervac and the motor packed up the other week, so I phoned to get it fixed and got through to Spinner Clean. Really? Or are you sure that's not just like their supplier? Are you sure it's the same company and it's not just that they've got, that's where they get their motors, maybe? Because there is a lot of similar stuff out there, and they've probably got, that's interesting. I'll look into that. Aria says, just a heads up, kiln dried sand at Travis is now £6.36. Special offer finished last week. Are you kidding? No way. I didn't even know it was on special offer. I thought that was just their regular price. Oh, no way. I mean, it's still cheaper than Wix and B&Q. Oh, that's disappointing, man. I didn't know it was on special offer. Thanks for letting me know, though. Have a look at this, guys. Look at this video I saw the other day. Let me turn the music off. This blew my mind.
We're going to pull the trigger. 10 seconds. The pressure washer is automatically going to start. And we're in business. We're making moves. Get a phone call, need to walk away, let off the trigger. 10 seconds later, it will automatically shut itself off. This saves you fuel, this saves you the aggravation of the noise while you're doing something else, and it saves your pump from overheating from just idling. Awesome feature. Again, just pull the trigger.
Watch the choke. The choke automatically opens. How crazy is that? What a great invention.
The pressure washer is automatically going to start. And we're in business. We're making moves. Get a phone call, need to walk away, let off the trigger. 10 seconds later, it will automatically shut itself off. This saves you fuel, this saves you the aggravation of the noise.
That sounds like a potential absolute game changer. Like, I don't know if this is already in some of the bigger commercial units and stuff, but imagine that. I feel like that could absolutely change the game. And people have already got, like, the majority of people that have got these bigger machines have already got some sort of battery on board, because they've got like a boiler, or they might have solar panels or something. I wonder how difficult that would be to like convert a regular machine. Craig says, used my X-Jet the other day finished and put onto the ground, there was an exothermic reaction, brown ooze and heat. Very strange, lesson learned. Did you put it onto grass? What do you mean by exothermic reaction? Because I had that the other day when I put it down onto some grass. Brown ooze coming out of the ground and bubbles. And I just thought that doesn't normally happen when it goes on grass. What was that all about? I didn't think nothing of it. What caused that then? What sort of ground did you put it on? Chemical reactions release energy, the chemicals into the surroundings. Energy is usually released as heat, so the surroundings get hotter. Yeah, that weird brown ooze. How strange. No worries, guys. No worries, Martin. We're all good, mate. I found on my sand trip today a 20 kilogram weed killer sand, already and mixed. 20 kilograms for 20 euros. You might want to test it out. Yeah, Wix do a similar item actually, which, to be fair, it might be easier just to get that. Driveway sand. So this Dan sand, this no-grow stuff, quite expensive, but it says it inhibits weed growth. And I think this stuff may partially solidify as well. I think it goes a little bit hard. As easy to use as kiln-dried sand with a weed-free lasting professional finish. So the issue with this is that it's got bad reviews. Oh, it did have bad reviews. Here we go, look. Lumpy, in fact it ruined my drive, now I've got clumps of rubbish sand. So I used the purple Dan sand, I used the grey Dan sand on a massive drive. Like 150 square meters. I used this stuff. And it was really good, like it brushed in really nicely because it was smooth clay bricks. But then I used it again on a different drive that was slightly more porous concrete bricks. And it was such a nightmare to brush in. It was leaving so much residue on the tops of the bricks because it was slightly more wobbly. It was like dust. There was parts of it that were like kiln dried sand, like quite grainy, and then other parts that were literally just like powder. And after I'd finished sanding, the drive looked like a right mess. It was just covered in just grey patches. But then it rained and it was fine. But it literally took me, it was like a 50 square meter drive, which would normally take about half an hour to resand. It must have taken me an hour and a half to resand this drive with this stuff. But the driveway before that, it was fine. It was just like using normal sand. So I have no idea. Comes in 3 colours, yeah. 100% same as what I was thinking. Once the sand dries, it will leave gaps. Yep. I bet it would use a lot more product with a squeegee. Yeah, it probably would. Probably would, but I reckon the results would be insane. It would look like brand new tarmac. Because occasionally, with the tarmac restoration, if you haven't got all the way down into the pores and the sun catches it, you can sort of see those faded areas where it's not quite like the dusty areas underneath. It's black on top, but it's a bit dusty underneath inside the pores. Oh, you put the X-Jet into the soil, Craig? Yeah, I did the same thing. That's crazy. What software do you use to do the measurements from Google Earth? Literally just Google Earth. Why is it taking so long to load? So I just go on Google Earth, click on 2D down here, and then go onto the measure tool, and then just you can put down as many points as you like. It's fairly accurate, to be fair. You get the perimeter and you get the surface area, and you can change that to square meters, square feet, square yards, acres. Very useful. You can also send that screenshot to the customer as well, just so that they can see you're being conscientious and you're actually measuring the area. You haven't just pulled the price out of nowhere. You've got like a process that you're using to price jobs up, and that way they're less likely to try and haggle you on the price because they can see you've got a process. There was a big hoo-ha recently on social media about SpinnerClean getting exclusive rights to the manufacturers of gutter vacs. Not sure how it all played, but they had suggested that GVS would no longer exist. Everyone kicked off about it, so it went quiet. Ooh, that's interesting. I saw some other drama the other day on Facebook about someone's YouTube video where they mentioned another very popular YouTuber and said his prices were too high or something, and then he got some very bad comments on it saying that it was not a good way to slander other YouTubers and stuff, and then he took the video down. I never saw it, but I thought it was quite interesting. I think apparently it was quite like a clickbaity title as well. Looks like it's possessed. What were you talking about, Mr. Moo? I can't remember what we were looking at. Oh, you mean the pressure washer with the battery powered auto start? Yeah, it looks a bit weird, doesn't it, with the choke automatically moving. GVS seem busy and prepped as ever. GVS seem as busy and prepped as ever. They just down the road from me. Spoke to them a month ago. They're in Norfolk, aren't they? Jake says, "Hi Jake, do you ever look into the Pro Foam before getting the X-Jet? Rutland Pumps sent me a couple of videos of it and it looks super foamy. I would have bought the X-Jet now for a big job I have this weekend, but Rutland Pumps don't have it on their site anymore." They don't have the X-Jet on their site anymore. You can get it from AC pressure washers. That's strange. Maybe they're just pushing the foamer. I do know they've got like a foam lance. That is strange. I wonder why they took it off. The Pro Foam chemical nozzle. I mean, this must be a very, very similar item. I wonder if they sold the last of their X-Jets and they're just switching to like maybe their own version. Oh, this is WaterTech, which is the same manufacturer as the X-Jet. Easy dilution chart. It looks like a very similar item, doesn't it? There's no need for all this drama. There's plenty of cleaning customers. Even if all the YouTubers went out and helped a ton more new folks, there would still be customers. You have the perfect flow of information and videos. Thanks, mate. Yeah, there's a lot of... It's a very competitive environment, and it doesn't need to be. Like, there's so much money out there for everyone to make. Everyone's got this this mentality not everyone, but a lot of people have got this famine mentality where they want everything, and if someone else gets a bit, you know, if someone else is cleaning on their turf, especially with window cleaners, ice cream men, you know, all that sort of stuff, if someone else is on their turf, they get really angry about it. It's like, come on, just do your own thing, let everyone make a bit of money. It says more about you that you feel threatened by that than it does about that other person. Oh, nice specs. Awesome. What else have I got on my list? Did you guys... How many of you guys have seen my recent video with the failed sealer? How disappointing. So I found out what the issue is. So again, this is just hi Stephen, hi Prince. I'll get to your questions in just a minute, mate. So this is another benefit of being an approved applicator, that when things do go wrong, I've always got this approved applicators group to go in, send some pictures, and you get all this professional advice from not only other people in the industry, but from the admins who are the suppliers of the products. And it was a Sunday night, it was like 10 o'clock at night, and I posted this big essay of all my questions that I've got, and they come back very quickly on the same evening and give me all the information I need, and it's now been resolved. So the issue is that the sealer had failed, and the whole driveway had gone cloudy. Some of the sand had cracked out, and I mean the sand was definitely due to the hail and the horrible weather that we had, like 2 days after I sealed this job. But can you see the white cloudy layer? And I found out that was caused by it's blistering from the extreme temperatures. You're not supposed to apply this product in temperatures over 22 degrees, and on the day that I applied it, it was 22 degrees and potentially upwards of that, and so it's totally my fault, and that's what you get. It's called flash drying, and I guess it just sort of blisters, and the ground temperature is too hot, and this is the worst bit back here. See all these white spots? But in the corner here, it's totally come away from the bricks. Just here, look at that. Crazy. And so I'm sure you've seen in the video I did some test patches with some xylene, and it looked immaculate. You know, as soon as I did it, it was great, and I was very confident. I was thinking, great, this is the fix. This is an easy fix. It's a lucky fix. Like it's a good job. This works. But I thought I'm not gonna do the whole drive straight away. I want to give this time now. I give it a week, and then come back to it and just make sure that it still looks good in a week. Because this drive took obviously like 3 or 4 days to start showing signs of issues. But I went back a couple of days later and it still looked good. And then I've texted the lady yesterday, I think, and asked, are the test patches still looking okay? And she said, yeah, they still look great. So fingers crossed that is the solution. I'm going to do 50-50 xylene. Hello.
Hello.
I'm going to do 50-50 xylene and sealer. And the reason I'm doing 50-50 is just because it's cheaper for me, because I've already got some sealer. Rather than getting 2 barrels of xylene, I can buy 1 barrel of xylene, which is about 80 quid, and I can use the sealer that I've already got and just mix them together, because that Concrete Sealer Pro contains xylene anyway. I'm just sort of watering down. My intention isn't to reseal the whole drive, it's just to re-emulsify the top layer the coat of sealer that I've already applied. So it's lucky really. The trouble is I've got to blow it all off with the leaf blower. Probably give it a good brush to get any of the debris out, because it's quite the area's got a lot of foliage in it, like overhanging foliage and stuff, and so it's going to need a brush, leaf blower. I'm going to have to rebrush the sand in, do another leaf blow, and then re-emulsify everything. So it's like another half a day's work, which is difficult really. I know I can Google xylene, but what is it? It's like thinners. It's like a specific type of thinners, and it's spelt with an X, not a Z.
Just so you know.
Yeah. You okay? No. How you feeling?
Sad.
Everyone want to say hello to Sophie?
No.
She's not feeling very good.
No. No.
Say hello. Show me your lip.
No, I don't touch my lip.
She's got a... Did you bite it?
Yeah.
She's bit the inside of her lip and it's all swollen and horrible, and she's just been so grumpy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hi Prince, hope you're well. Do you include sanding in your block paving cleaning quotes? And roughly how much do you quote on cleaning jobs? So block paving, I'm currently quoting about £4 per square metre. And then depending on the price of sand at the time, or the size of the area, I will occasionally add the cost of sand on top of that, or at least the cost of application. So if it's a big old area and it's going to take me a few hours to resand it, I'll charge them for that few hours it's going to take me labour, rather than accounting for that in the £4 per square metre. Don't just start charging £4 per square metre, because that's what I charge. You should look at what everyone else is charging in your area as well, or just through experience see if customers are happy paying £4 per square metre. You know, if you're winning 100% of your quotes and you're in quite a posh area, you might want to consider going £4.50, £5 per square metre. Or if you're in quite a, I don't know how to say it, like a lower class town, you might want to bring that down to maybe £3 or £2.50 per square metre. Don't sell yourself short. Charge for everything. Don't give anything to the customer for free, and then you have to pick up the cost afterwards. So if you have to go out and buy sand, but you're not charging the customer for the sand, like you're just losing out. Hiya Stephen, seen the new vid. I can tell you're not happy with what happened to the drive. It will be interesting to see the outcome of it. I know you'll sort it out. I will. I'll definitely sort it out. Charlie, evening Jake, sent you a message earlier before you went live via Instagram regarding your fuel experience and what I was told years ago about the can type and the quantity you can transport. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen the message, but the lady said you can do 20 litres, but it's got to be in an appropriate container. But then this morning and the other day I went to a different garage and they didn't bat an eyelid. There's like 3 or 4 garages that I go to regularly, and they sort of know me now, because sometimes they don't start the pump until they've come out and had a chat with me. And for the first few months, I was pulling up at the fuel station, opening the back door, putting the nozzle inside the van, and they wouldn't start the pump, and they'd come out and say, "What are you filling up?" And I'd have to show them what I'm filling up. But that hasn't happened to me in ages.
What do they think you were doing, just spraying inside the van?
I don't know.
Giving it a clean?
I think they're checking the amount that you're putting in and the sort of the container that you're using. And so all the ones I go to regularly, they don't do it anymore. They don't check. The one thing I have noticed about those plastic jerry cans is that in the heat they do expand. Should I be worried about that? Or is there enough Is there enough contraction in them that they'll just go back to their normal state once it cools down? Is it going to explode is what I'm asking. Or will it be okay? I feel like Charlie would know the answer to this. Charlie's a very technical soul. He knows his stuff. I thought the xylene was used to remove the seal. Does it effectively melt it and then reharden as a clear sealer again? Yeah, exactly. It doesn't remove it. It re-emulsifies it. But it won't work on all types of sealer. So if that was a water-based sealer, it wouldn't work. This one's an acrylic solvent-based sealer, which already contains the xylene. So if you're washing a drive, actually perhaps I shouldn't get into this because this is the sort of stuff that I learned on the Pure Seal course, so there's a bit of a conflict of interest there. I don't want to be giving their information out for free when it's a paid course, so I won't go too deep into that. Nothing worse, especially when trying to have a hot drink and that.
Or salty things.
She.
I tried to eat my pork scratch.
Did ya? When you got home?
No, at work.
She's an absolute fiend for pork scratchings. And that's the worst possible thing you can have. But I'd have thought, to be fair,
it's like miles water now.
The salt would be. Wouldn't the salt be good for it?
Yeah, it is good, but it hurts.
Nasty said, I hope you feel better, Soph.
Thanks, everyone.
Sounds pretty worrying when the jerry can starts hissing as you open it. Yeah, that's what it does. And occasionally, if it's getting too big, which it does, I'll just pop it open a bit and just get rid of some of that pressure. But I also heard that petrol, is this true? The ignition of petrol when it goes through the engine isn't the ignition isn't the liquid. The ignition is the gas. The ignition happens because of the gas, not necessarily the liquid. And so if I'm releasing all that fuel gas from the expansion, am I just wasting fuel? Do you know what I mean? Or am I overthinking it? Because that's the other thing with like stagnant fuel that's been sat in a container for a long time. All the gas is gone, so there's nothing to ignite. You just get left with like a dormant liquid. And that's why some classic cars don't start if they've been sat for too long, because the fuel's stagnated. What Sophie decided about the car? Oh, you got your Mangella. Nice. You were looking at a
Just for babies.
Mercedes. What were you looking at?
We haven't really looked at something yet, have we?
What was it called there?
Mercedes Longboy 3.
Longboy 3.
No. Oh, that one.
No, that's not what you were looking at. It was a Mercedes estate,
Yeah.
not a Longboy. Do you remember what year it was?
2013 one. Might have been the AMG.
My dad's got the AMG, hasn't he? Yeah, it's that shade.
The same, but it's yeah, that one. It's quite nice. Yeah, it's quite nice.
It is. We need something big enough for the dog, basically. We've got a Great Dane, and so she needs to be able to fit in the back.
But also needs. But Jake's not. We're not getting a new car now anyway. So.
It's a sore subject.
I don't even want to put this on myself. I'll cry. It's not a sore subject.
Don't be a wuss. Get a 20 litre metal one. I had a 20 litre metal one, and it is heavy. Not only is it, because the way I'm trying to pour it, the roof is here on the van, and I'm climbing in the back. The roof's here, and the top of the fuel tank on the pressure washer's here, and so I'm trying to squeeze in and pour it, and I'm leaning in like that, and my elbow's wobbling, and I'm trying not to spill it everywhere, And if you add the weight of the metal jerry can with 20 litres of fuel, if you fill it all the way to the top, it is heavy. And when you're trying to balance also the funnel that doesn't go all the way in, it just sits on top and wobbles. So every time you put a bit of fuel in, the funnel starts wobbling side to side. And if you put too much fuel in, the funnel falls off and fuel goes everywhere. So I'm not being a wuss, it's just inconvenient. We did look at manual fuel pumps on stream the other day. Are you alright, Soph?
No, my eyes cry.
Oh, Tool Station do a little electric one, like a battery powered one. That might be interesting. Like a hand operated siphon, which might be worth doing. But it was just more convenient for me to go and buy some new little 10-litre fuel cans instead. Should we do a quote together in a minute? Who's interested in doing a quote with me? I know they're a bit drawn out because we get into the conversation of I struggle with doing quotes on stream because there's so much to talk about, and it looks as if the quote takes half an hour in real life, but it doesn't. The quote takes 10 minutes, 5 minutes, but because we're talking about it, it looks like a bad method, but it's not. Yeah, someone else said the VP Racing fuel can. Someone else mentioned that. Is it on Demon Tweaks? Oh, that's a different one to what I saw. It's got the little hole at the top to stop it chugging. I saw this one, look. Spill free. Yeah, that's VP Racing as well. I tend to not fully close the plastic petrol can once it has fuel in, stops it from expanding. Doesn't it constantly smell like fuel in the van though? I use the metal canisters for fuel. I have 3 10 litres in the vehicle, no smell of fuel. Ooh, they do a 10 litre metal one. I've only ever seen the 20 litre ones. I'll have a look at that. I used to do tree surgery and had jerry cans used to expand all the time, but they never popped. Good to know, thank you. Try and keep them in the shade if your van's parked up. Yeah. It also gets quite hot in the van with the pressure washer going. Even though it's well ventilated with the side door open and the back doors open, it still does get warm in there. Not wasting any meaningful amount. Fuel injectors atomize the fuel by creating a fine mist. That makes sense, Spec 3. That makes a lot of sense. It's like you're putting it through like a fan jet, and it goes from a liquid to almost a mist, like a gas. That makes sense. In my experience of plastic cans, just release the pressure but outside the van. As the vapour fumes you're releasing, the ignition of petrol is atomised mixture of fuel and air. Thanks, boys. You lot are so clever, aren't you? Sounds like a funny video. Yeah, maybe. Good excuse for a bigger van, more headroom. Yeah, I'm just tight. I'm not ready to buy a new van yet. I've been looking. Love a good quote. That's my worst part, quoting. What do you mean? Worst part of my live streams or worst part of your day? I'm looking at the iLoad because it's got 6 seats and, well, you can get the iLoad Crew, which is 6 seats plus a bit of van at the back. I know I showed this on the last stream, but I think that's a nice looking van. That's how much room there is in the back with 6 seats. Because I'm a family boy, I've got kids. Oh, your day, the live streams are good. Okay, just checking. King Con Jet Wash. Welcome to the stream. I've spilled a whole bottle of Synergy today in the back of the van. Smells nice, but everything's covered. No way. I mean, at least it'll rinse easy. It's an easy rinser. Smells like lemons as well, doesn't it? That's a waste of, like, what is it, 56 quid? That must have been devastating. I hope it turns out alright. Wicks sell 10 litres and you can buy a pourer for them. Do they? Oh, those look nice. 23 quid. I paid 7 quid for my plastic ones. $7.99. They do look decent, to be fair. And you say you can buy the pourer. Angled spout. There you go. I bought one of these for my old metal jerry can, but because my jerry can was so old, the spout didn't fit properly and it just leaked. So I tried to pour it in and it was just leaking from the bottom of the can. Counterintuitive, really, isn't it? I might have to do that, you know. It makes me sad that I've just spent 14 quid on some plastic cans that I'm not going to use now, but that could be the route. Or I could just stick with what I've got. Who knows? Who knows? Right, let's have a look at this quote, if you guys don't mind. So this is my mum's ex-colleague. She used to work in the same building as my mum. And totally unrelated, I was doing a driveway next door, sanding and sealing it, and she actually popped down the road and said, I forgot what she said, but she recognised my name on the van, Smelts Pressure Washing. She went, "Are you Julie's son?" I said, "Yes." And she went, "I used to work with Julie." And it's been like over a year. She never contacted me, she just wanted to say hello. Been about over a year. And she got back in touch and said, "Can you pop round and give me a quote?" And she said she'd had it done about a year back by someone else. And he didn't do a very good job. She wasn't very happy. And the reason she wasn't very happy was because he left a load of patches. So there's areas where you could clearly see he hadn't cleaned. So he's either going too fast and just missing bits, or he's just a bit oblivious. But she said she paid a lot of money. And the other thing she said is that, one, he didn't clean it properly, and two, when he resanded it, she was treading sand back into the house for weeks. And I don't know if you've ever been scrolling Facebook like me, and you see promotional images of people, they've pressure washed a driveway, their driveway recently cleaned and sanded, and it looks like a beach with the amount of sand that's been left on the surface, and I don't understand it. It's just pure laziness. They're just walking around, brushing as much into the joints as possible, and then just leaving the excess all over the surface. You've just spent hours washing this drive, and at the final hurdle where you're resanding it, you're going to leave it looking like that. I just don't understand it. It winds me up when I see it. And it wound her up as well. And she's not having him back now because of that. And she's contacted me instead. So it's these little things, just like, you do a good job, people have you back year after year. And I feel like the customers that I've worked for over the past few years now, I make sure I check before I leave. I say these words. I say, "Are you happy with it? Are you pleased with the work?" and then they give you honest feedback. And there's occasions where they'll say, oh, there is something I wanted to mention. It could be as simple as like, oh, would you mind just popping the pot back over there, the plant pot, or the bins. The bins have got a bit of dirt on them in the corner there. I was like, oh, I didn't notice that. Sorry, I'll go and clean them down. Little things will be the difference between that customer calling you back and them trying to find someone else, and them recommending you to all their friends. This is the property. This is the back garden. Lots of block paving. So this is what it should look like at the bottom. Look, there was a piece of furniture there or something. So it will come up nice. I've also suggested she might want to get the wall cleaned at the same time, because that wall is covered in black spots, but it will come up like new. Side access next to the shed, and then it's about a 40 metre squared driveway. Good water pressure, drainage all the way around. That would be a really nice property to clean. We're not going to do anything. There's a bit of block paving at the top, and then there's a bit of tarmac to the not tarmac, some concrete slabs to the right as well. But she doesn't want them cleaned. She just wants all the block paving cleaned. Not sure what I'm going to do when I get to these painted steps. Because if you put the turbo nozzle on those, you're just going to strip the paint. So maybe I'll just go around those, or I might just ask her, what do you want to do with them? It might be, to be fair, I'd be quite happy to go back and repaint them if I added that into the quote. Wouldn't take me long, would it? It's not out of the realm of the sort of work that I do. Like, I do tarmac sealing. That's pretty much just painting, isn't it? So it'd make sense. And that way I don't have to be too careful when I'm washing. So what I've suggested for this lady is she's asked for a clean and clean, resand and seal. I gave her a quote for the driveway because I thought that's what she was asking for. So I've already given her a price for the driveway, and she said, oh, I've actually got a lot round the back as well that I wanted prioritised, and I want the back done first. And based on the quote for the driveway, I don't think I'm going to be able to afford to get it all done at the same time, and so I'll have to leave the driveway and just get the back done. And so on in this occasion, what I've suggested is, because it would be more effort for me to do the back, clean the whole back, resand it, seal it, and then 6 months later come back and do the drive, clean it, resand it, seal it, and then you've got two different surfaces at two different stages of cleanliness. Like, even the sealed portions are going to get a little bit dirty, and also with the fact that you're like, where do you divide it? Do you divide it at the gate, and then when you're cleaning the drive, all that muck is going to go onto the freshly sealed surface that you've already cleaned, and then you've got to rinse that down. Like I just said to her, I would prefer to do it all in one go, and if you can't afford to pay for everything, let's do it on like a payment plan. Like, I'm not interested in getting all the money up front if you can't afford it, but if it's easier for me and you intend on getting all of the work done eventually, would you consider just paying over the course of a couple of months, just as and when you can afford it? And she's a nice, trustworthy lady, so I've got no issues with her potentially not paying or anything. I'm not worried about that. But that way I can just get it all done in one go, and it will save me time. So in theory, I can price it lower than what I would price it if I was doing two individual jobs, because I've got extra journey time, you know, I've got extra time on the job cleaning up. If I do it all in one go, the cleanup is going to be less. Carry on cleaning. I gathered that. I actually did. I noticed that myself. I think you might have commented on one of my videos, potentially. Or how did I establish that you'd changed your name? I can't remember how. But I actually caught that before you told me, because I'm clever. I think if your machine is living up to I think if your machine is living in the van 99% of the time, then some sort of pump would be great. Should be quick to fill up. Yeah, you might be right, to be fair. You might be right. Sure, you can get that style of jerry can in plastic too. Yeah, I think just based on what we said earlier about the expansion and stuff, it might be better to get a metal one. What sealer do you use? It very much depends on the surface and the customer's budget. If the customer is on a tighter budget, then I would go for, what am I looking for? I would go for the water-based, no-nonsense driveway and patio sealer. If the customer's on a budget, cheap as chips, local, you don't have to order it online, you can just get it from your local Screwfix. If they're happy to pay a little bit more for a higher quality sealer, I buy all my sealers from Pure Seal, and they do different levels of sealer, so different qualities of sealer with different price tags for all different surfaces. So they've got a concrete sealer, they've got a tarmac sealer, porcelain sealer, they've got like a water-based acrylic seal, another tarmac restorer. They've got products for decking, multi-seal for different types of, natural stone, Enhance and Seal Pro to enhance the colour of natural stone. And so depending on what sort of finish you're after, some customers are after like a wet look finish, in which case maybe like the multi-seal, you could do 2 or 3 coats instead of 1 coat. So the more applications, the better look. Some people might be after a satin finish, in which case you might just want to do 1 coat. I found that the Concrete Sealer Pro, after 2 coats with the Concrete Sealer Pro, it still leaves like a nice matte finish. So it depends what you're after. Again, I'd recommend the Pure Seal course, because you'll learn about all of this and you'll get a very comprehensive guide. How many coats to use on which surface based on which finish the customer's after. It's all in like a big chart and it's so easy to read. And it tells you the do's and don'ts of sealing, tells you how to prepare the surface. It's really, really good. Thoroughly recommend it. Any alternatives to the X-Jet? Do you mean like a cheaper alternative to the X-Jet? I was using for a long time. We'll go through this quote in a minute, by the way, guys. I'm just catching up with questions. So for a long time, I've been using the Gardener backpack with a water-fed pole. There's a dog outside that's relentless. And for a change, it's not my dog. So this is what I have used for a long time, for like 12 months almost, to apply my sodium hypochlorite and biocide and all that sort of stuff. Gardener backpack, water-fed pole with a brush. It's slow. Like, it's faster than a watering can, more accurate than a watering can. Higher capacity than like a pump sprayer. And if you're going to use a pump sprayer, you need to get one with Viton seals, else it'll just kill it. The hypo will just kill the seals and it'll start leaking everywhere. I've been through like three pump sprayers from like B&Q and Wix and Screwfix and whatever, and they've all broke because I've used hypo in them because they've not got the Viton seals. So if you get a good pump sprayer, you can do it like that, but by the time you spend that money on a good pump sprayer, you might as well buy an X-Jet. But this method worked for me because I was cleaning gutters and fascias and conservatories anyway, so I already had the gardener backpack and I already had the water-fed pole. And as long as you clean it out thoroughly after every use, my pump's been absolutely fine. It's shown no sign of packing up. The only thing I have noticed is the filter in the bottom of the pump, in the bottom of the container of the gardener backpack. The filter's got like a slight glaze of rust on it, and that's just because of the hypo. If the hypo gets in contact with most metals, it will just sort of rust. But it hasn't affected the performance of it. And you can always just unscrew that filter and replace it. It's probably only 3 or 4 quid. So various methods. A lot of people still use watering cans, and that's absolutely fine. You know, do whichever process works for you. Don't just look at all the videos on YouTube or whatever and think, oh, I need an X-Jet, else I just can't do it. You can do it. There's so many other methods. Just find something that works for you and that fits your budget at the moment. And the more you do it, you'll get to a point like I did. I've been putting off buying an X-Jet for 2 years because I'm tight and I didn't want to spend the money. And I didn't think it was going to speed up the process very much, but now that I'm doing a lot more work this summer, I've got a lot more jobs coming in, I'm doing bigger jobs, it now makes financial sense for me to get an X-Jet and get the hypo down a lot quicker. It saves me having to rinse out the tank and all that sort of stuff. So I'd still recommend, if you've got like a gardener backpack, I'd still recommend that, because it worked for me for 2 years and it got me to the position I'm in now. But you don't need everything now, just do what works at the moment. Yeah, Mr. Moo, that job did look like it had good drainage. Conrad says, do you let the engine cool down before you fill up? Yes, I do. If not, you could have a fire, as somebody has found out the hard way. The fuel spit on the exhaust, burst into flames, burnt his arms and face. I saw that a while back on Facebook. Insane. Yeah, I always let it cool down. I'm very conscious of that. I keep a narrow 4-foot strip of ply in the van for jetting up to stones, channels and things I don't want to hit. Superb idea. Yeah, buddy, I actually did something similar. I got some perspex from Wix. There we go, look. Because these little stones around these patios, always take this into consideration when you're doing a quote. If it's, see all the stones that are spread out onto the, they go everywhere. If there's like a line surrounding the patio, those stones go everywhere. Even if you don't directly touch them, if you go near them with the pressure washer, with the turbo lance or whatever, they fly up everywhere. And so this is like a really good method for stopping that from happening. Get a board or get... I got perspex because I thought it was like quite light. And it works well. Love these little tips. I'd have never have thought to check the water pressure. Just check if there's a tap. Hidden details. Yeah, water pressure is extremely important. when it comes to quoting a job. If it's slow, if you're using a buffer tank, for example, I mean, even if you're using a cheaper pressure washer, like a beginner's one, for example, and you've got a tap that's outputting 6 litres of water per minute, but your machine requires 9 litres per minute, you're starving your machine, you're starving the pump of water. And it might be working, the water might be coming out, but it's not good for your machine. And then if you then pair that with, you've got a tank, I've got a buffer tank because my machine now requires 15 litres per minute, but the tap is still only outputting 6. One, it's going to take a hell of a long time for that water to fill the tank. And two, I'm going to burn through all that water very, very quickly, and then I'm going to have to wait for it to fill back up again. And it can turn a job that should take an hour into a job that takes 3 hours because you're constantly having to stop. It's not just having to stop incrementally, but the time that it takes for that tank to fill back up, there's nothing you can do. I had it on a job a while back before I upgraded my hose. I was literally just sat in the back of the van with my head between my hands, just waiting, and it was filling up so slowly. And there's nothing I could do. I'm halfway through the job. There's mud everywhere. There's sand and crap everywhere. And I'm just sitting. And it looks like I'm having a break. To the neighbours or to the customer or whatever, they think, oh, he's just sat in his van, he's having a break, he's only been going half an hour. It's like, no, I'm waiting for my tank to fill up. It's very, very frustrating when you're in that position. So water pressure counts for a lot. Always test the tap. There might be a time where you refuse, not refuse, that sounds dramatic, but you might want to consider not doing a job if the water pressure's bad, or asking a neighbour if you can use their tap as well as your customer's tap and have 2 going into 1. They normally don't mind. People are quite reasonable if you approach them nicely. But you can also get a water pressure gauge for like a garden tap water pressure gauge, so something like that. Oh, that's a regulator valve. I'm not after oh, there we go. This one. So this will tell you how many litres per minute. Where's this? Oh, this is B&Q. I need to get one of these. It's only 20 quid. That's worth doing. So it'll tell you how many litres per minute the tap's pushing out. And you can even, take that into consideration when you're quoting, that this could affect the price of the quote because the customer's water supply is so low. And now you've got to figure it out. You know it's going to take you longer. And you've also potentially got to figure out another method of getting water. There's quite a lot to it really, but once you've done it once, you'll do it on every job and it'll just become like a natural thing that you think about. Thanks for the info. No worries, buddy. Find these live streams are very beneficial. I'm in the process of starting out. Kingsley, welcome. I'm in the process of starting out. The information you are willing to share is so helpful and gives a different perspective. Thanks, Surface Medics. That's a cool name, by the way. Surface Medics. I like that. Thanks, mate. I'm doing my best. I'm trying to teach what I know. Like, I don't have a huge amount of experience. I've only been going 2 years myself. So I'm trying to answer questions as honestly as I can. And I don't know everything. And this is, again, you've got to consider when you're asking me these questions and I'm giving you answers, you've got to consider this is someone that only has 2 years of experience. So if you were to ask someone else in the industry that's got 10 years of experience, they might give you a different, better answer. So also take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt. Ben, I think you've tried to post a link, but it hasn't appeared. Oh, there we go. Chemical injector and jet kit from VTUF. I can't spell. Ooh! Adjustable chemical injector. Is this for like downstreaming rather than fixed chemical injector? How does that work? Are these what some machines have on the unloader valve? Like they're already attached to the unloader? My first machine had one of these, I think. See this this soap container in the bottom here? And then on the pump itself, it had like a chemical. See there, see that feed, that clear pipe? That clear pipe goes down into the tank and it draws chemicals from that soap tank and then it goes into the top of the pump. It was a bit useless because it didn't last very long. Like I tried to put some snow foam in there and stuff and it lasted about 30 seconds. But could this potentially like damage... You're sending chemicals at high dilution ratios through your pump, down the internals of your hose and through your lance. Like, is that good? Is that a good... I can't imagine that's good. Is it a similar thing to this? Is that what I'm thinking about? See, it comes in the top there. And then this is the outlet here. It's with the nozzle and it looks like the X-Jet. Oh, my bad. Ooh. 70 quid. 80 quid including VAT. That looks good. The only issue with this that I can see is how are you regulating the dilution ratio. In the X-Jet, inside this little piece here, you've got a regulator. You've got different size tips that you can plug in that will give you like a 5-to-1 ratio of chemicals, 9-to-1, 16-to-1, and you plug it in based on what you want and what you're using. How do you change that on this? This could just give you one fixed dilution ratio. Does it say there fixed dose? Is that what that means? Because it's not giving you any information about it. You'd have thought that's quite an important question to be asked. I have an issue with VTUF. Do you want to see my issue with VTUF? That's my issue. £400 for a wheelie bin. That on my channel we made virtually the same thing are extortionate. You just don't sort of know because they're quite niche items. You know what I mean? We built one of these for 90 quid, £89. How are they getting away with charging 400 quid for exactly the same thing? 120 litres. It had a ball valve on the bottom. It had a fill valve on the top with a stopcock the same thing. Surface Medics, thanks for the kind words, by the way, I do appreciate it. Please rate whether the Power King Mega Blaster 400 washer will be enough for a beginner. I'll mention that it is pump with the internal unloader, and I'm going to put an external unloader. The Power King Mega Blaster, that's such a bloke. A bloke definitely named that item. Power King Mega Blaster. It sounds like a kid's toy gun. It's actually real. That's so funny. Don't like that website. Look at this. That's got the same chemical feed. So these machines, these little boys, are not aimed at commercial cleaning. So it's 9 litres per minute, which is fine, but they're not designed for going for hours and hours, which is what you're going to be using it for if you're doing this for a job. This is aimed at someone that owns a large property and they want to pressure wash it every 6 months. This isn't aimed at the person that wants to go out and do 4 or 5 pressure washing jobs every week. So just bear that in mind if you're going to buy it. Absolutely fine, but expect things to go wrong. This is the case with pressure washing in general. Expect things to fail, because they will. Don't think, oh, I've spent all this money on my kit and that's it now. I don't need to spend any money. I've got what I need. Things break, things degrade, and it's good to keep spares. But let's compare this to the one that I started with, which is the Parker brand one, which we looked at just. I've probably been recommending this probably too often, to be fair, because I mean, I don't know, the pump started leaking on this. It started leaking oil after 6 months of use, which I think is quite good, really. It's a great little machine. I loved it, and this is what started my business. So this has a flow rate. You going swimming? Oh, good job. I wasn't expecting you to go.
Me neither.
Come here. I'm proud of you. Well done.
Thanks.
You taking my bag? You
I
cheeky.
just take your bag.
You got? Do you?
Yeah, you know I do. You told me to.
You've got the big pink one that you could take. Feeling all stealthy with my black bag.
Exactly.
Love you. Have fun. Hope you feel better when you come back, when you're not as grumpy. We're joking. All that look. I'm sure this is 11 litres per minute. But I also heard that they downgraded it slightly since I bought mine. 11 litres per minute. So already this is a higher output than this machine, and this machine's like 100 quid more expensive, isn't it? 237, 364, so it's like 130 quid more expensive. What's the 265 bar? What's that in PSI? (3,800 PSI) versus 3,100. I wouldn't say there's a lot in it, to be fair. I don't think PSI is that much of a consideration. I think it's more about flow. So for me, this machine wins And this website, Parker brand, they do all their spare parts for their machines as well. You can literally get I'll get the turbo nozzle as well. Make sure you get the turbo. They've got like a parts section. Spare parts, here we go. And then you can filter it. I'm sure you used to be able to filter it, but they sell like the pumps and stuff. So if I wanted to, because my pump leaked, I could pay 60 quid for a new pump. Look, they got the new the recoil starters for them and the carburetors and all sorts. So personally, that would be my choice. It's up to you. Let's try and catch up with some of these questions, man. There's a YouTuber who uses 2 hoses fastened to the same tap. Yeah, you could either do that or you could just get a thicker hose. I use a 19mm 3/4 inch hose, and that does the job perfectly. It fills my tank up really fast. Is the size/diameter of your hose you use key to the speed of the buffer tank that fills up? Yes. So the diameter of the hose combined with the correct fill valve on the tank that allows enough water to pass through and it's not becoming like a bottleneck is extremely vital. It literally tripled the time. My tank was constantly running out all the time. On every job, my tank would get low and I'd have to wait. Sometimes I'd be waiting 2 minutes, sometimes I'd be waiting 10 minutes. Sometimes I'll be waiting half an hour, but now my tank rarely gets below full, which is insane. The difference and the speed that I can work at now is insane. It's not even a consideration. I'm not even thinking about it now. Neil says, can you pressure wash in a hosepipe ban? Yes. So hosepipe bans don't apply to businesses who require water as part of their service. Neil, if you're a gardener and you require water to complete your job, the hosepipe ban doesn't apply to you, mate. Mr. Moose says, I made the same one from your video, used all the parts you suggested in the links, and it's brilliant. Used an old big brown wheelie bin I had lying around. Pure genius. Perfect, mate. That's exactly what I need to hear. That's why I made the video. The reason I made the video is because I saw the cost of that thing. And I thought, I don't want people paying 400 quid for a wheelie bin when they can make one out of one they've got lying around. Or like, the first thing I used was a compost bin. Or no, it wasn't a compost bin, it was a water butt. That's what I used when I first started. Literally drilled a hole in the water butt. And it worked fine, it just wasn't on wheels, so I couldn't move it about. I had to leave it in the van. Chemical injector kit 1.8. I'll have a look another time, Ben. 1.8 adjustable. I'll have a look another time, buddy. Sorry. Oh, the Mega Blaster 400. 15 litre per minute one. Whatever you think, mate. You don't. you know, I've only got experience with 2 machines, and so I'm probably not the right person to ask. Just do a bit of research. And also, another thing to consider is, can you get the parts? A lot of these cheaper Chinese machines, you might struggle to get the parts. Like here in the UK, 2 people on the last couple of streams mentioned they bought a Hyundai pressure washer, and nowhere will fix it for them. It's gone wrong and they can't get them fixed because they either can't get the parts, or they just don't want to touch them because it's like a foreign machine or whatever. Mitchell, again, like I don't think I'm the best person to be giving advice on which machine you should buy. I only know my experience, and I've not got experience with each of these machines, so if I was to say, yeah, that sounds great, buy it, and then it goes wrong, I'd feel a bit responsible. What oil is required for the Parker brand one? I'm not sure. I think it came with some oil, which a lot of machines don't. You've got to buy the oil separate. Like these types of machines, the cheaper ones, you sometimes have to buy the oil separately. Look, it says down here, this product is not suitable for commercial use. It's probably that one, isn't it? I'm sure it says in the description, mate. Oh look, that one comes with oil. Plus oil. What's the difference with this one then? This one is 11 litres per minute as well, but it's got a lower PSI, and it's like a different sort of footprint, a different design. Strange. Less PSI, but the same flow rate, and I think the same engine. Not sure what the benefit of that one would be. How does less PSI help? Because also that one's more expensive as well, so you'd assume more expensive means better results. So maybe that's the one to go for. I don't know. The Jet Wash Master, you don't intend on using that chemical injector. Neil, you're very welcome, mate. I don't know what answer I gave you, but oh yeah, no worries, mate. I would contact the ban area authority, because although exemptions are available, it don't just allow because you're a business, there's still restrictions. Okay, I'm wrong then. When I did the research last year during the hosepipe ban, I just did a couple of Googles. I'm sure it was on the Gov website, which I thought applied to everything, but I might have been wrong. Alright, Wayne, how you doing? Honda. How come you guys are putting Honda with the thumbs up? Top tip, make sure to double check and make sure all the nuts and bolts are tightened up. Once running, things might start to come loose. Where'd you get your uniforms made up? Just literally a local shop called Orchard Clothing, and they do a lot of like school uniforms. I've literally put an order in today for 5 new polo tops, 5 black polo tops, and 3 new sort of black hats with embroidered logos on, and it came out about 90 quid. So they're supplying. Last time I supplied the t-shirts because I liked the Screwfix t-shirts, the Screwfix polo shirts. They fit me really nicely. But I tried the ones that they had this time, and it fit really nicely. So I just said, yeah, you supply the shirts. 90 quid, 5 black polos embroidered, 3 caps embroidered. Just the little logo. I used that machine I bought second hand. It's 15 litres per minute. I have used every week since buying it, no problem. Just got word from my mechanic. My machine is fixed. Spick and span, did you find what the issue was? Because it was violently vibrating and everything was wobbling. Like that looked a little bit catastrophic when you sent me the video. We talk a lot in the private WhatsApp group. If anyone wants to become a member, you'll get access to that private WhatsApp group. Do you still get a decent amount of work during the winter? No, Stuart, the work totally dies off during the winter. Pressure washing work anyway, unless it's like commercial stuff that you've pre-arranged. For me, everything moved over to doing gutters. Started doing a lot of, I invested quite heavily into gutter clearing equipment for the winter, and I just about scraped through. Yeah, expect to get to like November, maybe like October, November, and expect to see the work totally drop off a cliff. Because no one's thinking about it at that time of year. When you next do a service on the machine, are you going to video it? Yeah, but a lot of people have been asking if I can do it like a servicing video, like a maintenance video. So yeah, I'll definitely do that if that's something you guys are interested in. Parts are easily available for the Honda. Which machine is the Honda? Is this a Honda engine? Because I think it's just got a Parker brand logo on it. How do you know it's Honda? Or are you talking about something else? It's red, so it looks like a Honda. But it might not be. Which leaf blower do you use, and what would you recommend for under £100? I bought the Screwfix Titan leaf blower, and it's been brilliant. I love it. I need to put this in the description of my video, don't I? This is the one I got. 130 quid. And I can't recommend any others because I haven't experienced them. I haven't used any others. Hope that helps. Again, this is another item that I was putting off and not buying for such a long time because I didn't want to keep filling my van with extra equipment that I didn't have room for. And I just thought I could manage without it, but you know what? It's made the job quite a bit easier, to be fair. And it's just those finishing details, those finishing touches when you've resanded a drive and there's a bit of excess and you just give it a little blow off at the end. You look more professional doing it as well, and it's just generally like all positive. And it's so cheap to run, like you put a bit of fuel in it and it lasts weeks. It says Honda on them, does it? What time are you doing the quote? Martin, sorry mate. Should we do it now? I'll send the video in the WhatsApp group where the problem's shown. Okay. Etor. Hi mate. One question, my Honda GX 390, can I use throttle at 100% always? Yes, it depends what surface you're cleaning. It's probably not appropriate to use it on 100%. I saw this come up in one of the Facebook groups the other day. You very rarely need to use 21 litres per minute, 200 bar on most surfaces, so you might want to just turn the revs down a bit, or turn the unloader valve down. Sorry Martin, I will do the quote in just a minute. I feel really bad at like when your guys' questions come in and your comments come in. I feel bad like ignoring them and doing something else, and then they build up, and so I want to try and get through them all, and I never get to the bottom before they, sorry. I'm trying my best. X-Jet all the way. With the chemical injector, I've never been able to get a strong enough dilution. Yeah, and with the X-Jet, at least you've got control over that, and you can change it if you need to. I've got the same machine, but mine didn't get the water out very quick from the buffer tank. Any ideas? I'm not sure which machine you're talking about, mate. We've looked at quite a few machines now. Sorry, there's a bit of a delay on the stream, I think. Feel like a pro with my blower. Last question from me today, sorry. Render spills and splashes on concrete. Any thoughts on removal? I'm pretty sure you can treat that as if it's concrete or mortar, and I think you can use like grout remover. And it depends what surface you're using it on, because these concrete and grout removers aren't suitable for all surfaces, because some of them contain acid. It's like a brick acid. This one I think does not contain sulfuric or phosphoric acid, so you might want to consider this one. 15 quid for 1 litre or 40 quid for 5 litres, and you won't need a lot. If it's only a small area, you won't need a lot, but like the results speak for themselves really. But just be careful about what sort of surface you're using it on, and just make sure it's appropriate for each surface. Generally, these categories here, from what I've found, if it's tagged in this category, I think it's appropriate for that surface. So like it says concrete block, it says asphalt tarmac, render stain, look, render stain treatment. But also you can read the data sheets. You can request a data sheet from Pure Seal to make sure it does everything you expect it to do, and also you can ask Pure Seal for advice before you purchase. So if you wanted to give them a ring, I'm sure they would be able to tell you very quickly whether that product would work or not. Cool, let's do this quote. So I've got the measurements. I just need to add, if you can briefly bear with me, I need to add the measurements up because I forgot to do that before I started streaming. Just bear with me just a second, guys, because I've just got to work this out. So 4 by 7.3, because I divided it into sections, so I found square sections in the garden. So like these steps, I measured these. So the steps I think were 1.8 wide by 7.4 long. And then this section over to the left, I measured that on its own. And then this section down the side of the house, I measured that on its own. And so I've got like three. I've got different measurements here, look. So I know the drive's 40 square meters, and the other measurements I've now got to work out how many square meters they are, because I've just got the measurements in length. So we've got 4 by 7.3, My maths isn't great, so let's do 4 times 7.3 is about 30 meters squared, plus 6 by 1.5, so that is 9 meters squared, plus 1.8 by 7.4, 1.8 meters squared, meters by 7.4 meters, so it's 14 roughly meters squared, and then the drive is 40 meters squared, so 30, 39, 53, 53 plus 42, so we're on about, let's just round it up to 105 meters squared. For the whole surface area, we're at 105 meters squared. For anyone who didn't see the clip, this is what we're working with. So we've got the top steps, we've got, it's all block paving. We're also going to quote the wall for her as well, not necessarily that wall, but these walls here, the bad ones, they've got all the black spots. It's not incredibly heavy soiling, it's going to be a fairly easy clean, but it's quite a large area, I suppose. 105 square meters, it's quite a big area of block paving. And then we've got good water pressure and really good draining, really good drainage. You can see around the whole perimeter of the house they've got these soak away drains, and they're all leading to one large drain at the back here, and everything leans down into that direction as well, so I can't imagine any problems are going to arise with like pooling in certain areas and stuff, so that's going to make the job a lot better. So 105 meters squared, so if we were to just off the bat, if we were to go 105 meters squared, block paved, block paving wash, and if we charge £4 per square meter, that's 420 quid. Let's we'll refine this afterwards, so let's just not worry too much about it at the moment. And then if we're gonna, what sort of blocks have we got here? Are they concrete or are they clay? So I can see the aggregate coming through on the blocks. So can I zoom? I can't zoom. I can see, you know, when blocks have weathered over the top there, you can start seeing the stones coming through. Again, I don't want to get too much into this because this is stuff that I learned on the Pure Seal course. So we've got concrete blocks. So if we were to use Concrete Sealer Pro, for example, from Pure Seal, and then we go by their coverage, 5 to 7 meters squared per litre per coat. We're going to want to do 2 coats at 90 degrees from the first. So 5 to 7 meters squared. So let's just, for argument's sake, let's do 5 meters squared per coat. So we've got 105 meters squared. We need, how am I working this out? 105 meters squared divided by 5 meters squared per coat. So we need 21 litres per coat. We're going to do 2 coats, so it's 21 times 2, which is 42 litres. So we're going to need about 42 litres, so we might as well just get 2 barrels because it's supplied in 25 litre tubs. So 2 barrels of this is going to be 250 quid. So when I break it down for the customer like this, they can see that I mean, you might want to add, you might want to add the delivery cost onto that as well. I think the delivery cost is about 15 quid. So the way I'm breaking it down for the customer, they can see that my labour, the majority of my labour is here. The additional 250 quid is because they've decided that they want to have it sealed. And if they think, oh, I still want it cleaned and washed and resanded, but I can't afford the sealer, they can just knock that off. They can knock that off the quote, and they can say, I'll just have this done. So you're not just losing the job because you're too expensive. You can almost sort of compromise with the customer and fit their budget without adjusting your prices at all. So I think always break it down. I think that's a good way to do it. And because this is going to be such a convenient clean for me, it's not going to be easy. It's still going to take me a long time. It's a big old area, but I can see the drainage is going to be good. I'm going to incorporate the cost of sand in this block paving wash. So generally, you're gonna a bag of sand. Let's go for Travis Perkins, for example. Generally, a rule of thumb for this kiln dried sand with block paving, with average joint widths. If the joints aren't crazy wide, you can generally go in with an estimate of 1 bag per car parking space. So not car parking space. So you know, car parking spaces are slightly wider than the actual car itself. So just estimate roughly 1 bag per car parking space. So the job I did today, I can't get my Facebook up because I've got to sign in and stuff. I don't want to do that right now. Let's not worry. Let's just go with 1 bag per car parking space. And then let's just look at the video again and just estimate. So we'll probably use a bag around the steps. This is something I should probably like nail down and do like a square meter per how many bags I'm going to use. So I've got a process later on, so I don't have to keep guessing. If I just set a standard to say I'm going to use 1 bag for a 20 meter squared area or a 15 meter squared area, then that's a process that I can just use and I don't have to keep thinking about it in the future. So maybe I'll say 20 meters squared, I'll use 1 bag. So 10 by 10. No, that's too big, isn't it? Let's do 50 meters squared for 1 bag of sand. And if the area, so that area there, the seating area, that's probably 2 bags of sand because the joints are nice and thin as well. And there's no like uneven blocks, there's no areas where I'm going to lose loads of sand. Because you can see in some areas, you know, where the grass curves and the driveway follows the curve of the grass, and then you've got these gaps between all the blocks where they sort of open up in triangles around the grass. In those areas there, you're going to lose a lot more sand than you would if you've got just straight edges and no curves. So that's something else to consider, but maybe we're getting a bit deep at the minute. I don't know. I do £3 per wash. I do £3 a wash or £3.50 for a wash and sand. Yeah, so normally I'd account for it in the price, and I'm gonna account for it in the price in this job, but I'm going to show you what I'm going to do so that the customer can see the cost of the sand in the price, but I'm including it in the price of the wash. Let me show you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to guess at this point, just for the sake of... Oh my gosh. How do you say your name? Etorsia has donated 10 quid. I'm going to read your message in just a second. Thank you so much for the donation. Let me just finish this thought because I want to get this quote done. And I will get back to your message. I'm very grateful. Thank you. So I'm going to say 2 bags over there, maybe 1.5 bags down the side. Let's just say 2, and then maybe another 2 bags on the driveway. So we've got 6 bags in total. And how much are we pricing the bags at? So they're now £6.36. So 6 bags of kiln dried sand at £6.36 is £38. So let's round that up to 40 quid. So the cost of sand is going to be 40 quid. I'm actually going to knock that off the cost of the driveway wash. So that is going to come down to 380. And the cost of the sand is now going to be 40 quid. So it's the same price, I'm just breaking it down slightly differently for the customer so that they can see what they're spending their money on. So my labour now doesn't look as extortionate. And I'm also going to account for the cost of resanding on a dry day in this price here. So I'm not worried about that. Sometimes you might want to put in sand application. If it's a big job and it's going to take you half a day, you might want to put your day rate and divide it by 2 and say 100 and, what's my day rate, 135 quid. So 100, let's just say 115 for the sand application on a massive area on a dry day following the wash. But for this job, I'm going to include it in this price here, because it's only going to take me less than an hour, and this is above my day rate anyway, and the wash itself is probably going to take me a morning. Set up at 9, set up at 8:45, turn the machine on at 9 o'clock. I'll probably be done by, after I've cleaned everything up and washed down all the surfaces and clean the windows down and wash the road and whatever. I'll probably be done by midday. So I'm not worried. My day rate is covered for even 2 full days. No, it's not covered for 2 full days, but it's half a day plus another morning to go back and resand. I'm fine there. So if she wants it sealed, I am going to include the cost of the sealer application here, because this will take me a morning to go in, mask up any areas that I don't want to get sealer on. I've got to take into account my sealer spray bottle that I need to prepare. I need to apply the sealer whilst I'm, after I've resanded, and I need to clean out my sealer bottle when I get home with, xylene and stuff, and that's a bit of a nuisance. It's the cost of the gloves and the tissue, and it depends if you're going to use a roller. You've got to take into consideration the cost of your roller and your new tray that you've bought. All charge the customer for everything that you're going to use, because if you can't use it again on the next job, then it's an expense that the customer needs to pay and not you. You shouldn't be fronting the cost for stuff like, rollers or brushes or whatever. If it's only your one-time use and you've got to chuck that roller in the bin afterwards, which I do. I don't use a roller on block paving anymore. I only use my spray bottle. So sealer application is going to take me a morning, and so let's divide my day rate by 2, and let's just say about 115 quid. I'd be happy with that. And so now she's got a total of 380 plus 40 plus 250 plus 115, so 785 quid. Now you've got to bear in mind also, this is using the highest quality, some of the highest quality sealer you can buy. It's 2 coats, so it's not just 1 coat and then you're off. It's a thorough and I'm resanding to a high standard, so I'm not leaving it looking like a beach, and then sealing over the top of it and having grains of sand on the faces of the blocks sealed in. I'm going to do a thorough wash where I'm going to include a chemical treatment. Thanks, Wayne. So this surface is going to be treated with sodium hypochlorite as well. So once I've pressure washed, there's a chance that there'll be black spots remaining afterwards. So I'll do as many chemical treatments as I need to do. Seal those black spots on the steps. There's a chance they won't come up with just pressure. And I'm not going to seal a surface that isn't perfectly clean, because then you're just sealing in all those black spots and algae, and they're going to be there forever and they're going to get worse. And you can't clean them afterwards once you've sealed over them. So that price might sound a bit egregious at first, but when you consider the process, it's not just your average guy turning up with a Karcher, no chemicals. You know, it's all going to be resanded. It's going to be sealed afterwards, which is the customer's choice. They don't have to have it sealed if they don't want to. But I have also recommended that once she's had it sealed, that in 3 to 6 months we come back and do a biocide application, because she stated several times that she hates it, and she's sick of having to keep scraping the weeds out and applying weed killer and stuff, and which is why she wanted it sealed. And she said, the reason I wanted it sealed is because you did one down the road last year and it still looks good, and so I want it done on my drive now and on my rear patio. And so we can now offer a maintenance plan going forward, rather than her having to get it pressure washed every year and having to get it resanded every year, and that cost every year. You can just do the job properly, thoroughly, first time, the full service, and then ongoing you can just keep on top of it with biocide and with like a maintenance plan. And I've not done a maintenance plan before. This is something I've learnt recently, but I think it might be a good route for this lady, because she's so sick of it. And you know, it's a decently sized area. And it would come up like brand new. Those blocks, you know, they're dirty and they've got a lot of black spots, but I know with my process that would look great once it's done. So what I'll also do now is I'm going to check the cost of biocide. I've already got some of this, so I wouldn't have to buy any more, but you still, even if you've got it in the van, you still need to charge the customer for it, because you're obviously using product that you're going to need to repurchase. So hard surface biocide, I think that's the one I've got. So this stuff dilutes really well. You can dilute this for hard surfaces 1 to 30. So 5 litres for 30 quid will go a really, really long way. And if I have to come back and apply this like every 6 months, now that I've got the X-Jet as well, it's literally going to take me 10 minutes to apply the biocide on this. So if I seal it, clean it down, make it look perfect, seal it, and then come back in like 3 months and do the biocide, and then top that biocide up every 6 to 8 months, and just keep on top of it to save her having to pressure wash it every year. How much can we charge for a biocide application? Has anyone got an idea on price for this? Bearing in mind it's going to be diluted 1 to 30 with water. The cost of the product is only 30 quid. And the application, I'm going to turn up, it's in my town. It will probably take me 10 minutes to apply. How much should I be charging for that? Because I've not really done this before, so I'm happy to take some advice on it. A couple of quotes come in this evening, a couple of other ones. Let's get back to that donation. I'm very sorry. I watch all your videos and live stream. Sorry, I watch all your videos and live, already helped me a lot. Now it's my turn, and please send the link of the photos to buy. Very difficult for first jobs. Thank you so much for the £10 donation. I really appreciate it. That's very kind. The link for the photos are on the boosted tier members group. So if you look, can anyone check if this has been updated yet? So the boosted member, which gives you access to 50 downloadable promotional images, so before and after pictures that I've gathered for the first year of pressure washing. Can you guys check what the price of that is? It should be £12.99. It is on my end, but I think it might be still £17.99. But once you become a member here, the boosted member, you'll get access to the link where you can request permission to download those images. I use 2.5 bags over 45 square meters, so yeah, that's about right really. If I say 15 to 20 square meters per bag, that's about right, isn't it? Just looked at the Kent Water Authority. Said even window cleaners can't use hose pipes to clean windows unless from water-fed pole, and they are pure water systems. That's interesting. I suppose you'd yeah, it's a luxury, isn't it, to be able to clean your windows. It's a luxury to be able to clean your patio, so it doesn't surprise me really. I'm not mad about it. It does put you out of a job, doesn't it, if you're not allowed in your area to carry on with your business, you know. Not all pumps are designed to pull water. Try and prime the pump to fill the suction. I think you guys are having your own conversation up there, aren't you? So I think I've missed a few bits. I'm sorry. Not a bad price if you're including chemicals, really. If you price it kind of low, I can see people accepting it on the regular. Might be good for the winter months too. Or with the biocide, yeah. Only thing with the X-Jet over the backpack is the setup and noise of the washer for the bio application. Yeah, exactly. And the other thing with the X-Jet, they say don't use an X-Jet with biocide on a roof because it'll just go everywhere. The what's it called? Not the spray. There's a word for it. The spread. It catches the wind because it's so light. Because the bubbles and stuff are so light, it catches in the wind and it can just go everywhere. I think it's easier on ground surfaces with the X-Jet, but I've never applied biocide with the X-Jet, so I don't know. If they commit to 6 monthly, I might do a little discount. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. Can you explain what the membership is, please? Sorry, yes. So if you go onto my channel, so I just signed into my other account so that you can see what it does. So if you go onto my channel, any one of my videos or on the main channel and hit join, you can become a member of the channel. So the support tier is literally, you'll spend £2.99 a month, and it's just a way for you guys to support the channel if you find in the information that I'm giving out useful or beneficial, and you feel like you'd like to give a monetary compensation for some of that information. Circle member is the same thing. You get member shoutouts, priority reply to the comments, and you get access to my live WhatsApp group, to my private WhatsApp group, sorry, where I try and be as active as possible on a daily basis. You can see what I'm getting up to in between the stuff that I'm not posting on my social medias, I'm not posting on YouTube. It's stuff only for the WhatsApp group, and we help each other as well. It's like, I wouldn't say it's not one-to-one. It's not like a support line, because I can't, you know, if this members group grows to like 100 members, there's no way I can be in there and make sure I'm answering everyone's questions, because it would take me all day. But I do try and nip in and offer as much support, encouragement, advice as I possibly can. So other than Monday nights when I do the live stream, I try and answer as many questions as possible. This WhatsApp group is just sort of is where I post all my little videos, my little pictures, and I try and give advice where I can. And so that circle member offers and gets you access to that WhatsApp group. And then if you feel so inclined, if you're starting your business, you can get the boosted membership, which gives you all this, but it also gives you access to 50 promotional images, which is what you saw in the last video, and I'll just play that for you. Sponsored seg. I'm going to take a little break here and just let you know that this video is sponsored by me. Sometimes you just got to back yourself. Now, these videos take a lot of time and effort to film and edit, on top of trying to run a successful pressure washing business. If you find any of the information in my videos useful, then I'd like for you to consider becoming a paid member of the channel, where you'll get access to my private WhatsApp group, where I'm active on a daily basis, keeping up with all my channel members. We help each other with questions, and I post pictures and videos that you won't see on any of my other socials. It's a really cool little community, and I'd love for more of you guys to come and be a part of it. We also have two other membership tiers. One is just to show a bit of support for the channel, and the other one will not only give you access to the WhatsApp group, but it also contains a link to 50 high quality promotional images to help start your business. I know what it's like when you're ready to get going, but you don't have any before and after pictures to put on your leaflets. These 50 images are the culmination of all of my hard work for the first year, and were probably responsible for the fact that I've never had to pay for any form of advertising. Click the link in the description for more information. Last thing before I let you go, new videos come out every Monday night at 5:30. That's it basically. Etor. I'm struggling to figure out how to say your name. Did you send that donation under the impression that you were going to have access to those pictures, because if you did, I'd be happy to refund that donation. Just let me know. See, on here it says it's $17.99, but on my end, in YouTube Studio, it says it's $12.99 because I changed it, but it obviously hasn't updated. So probably just wait on that. If anyone's interested in that, just wait, I'd say. Where do you recommend to buy sodium hypochlorite? I pay a lot at the moment. So again, you can get it from Pure Seal if you want to. They've just come out with a few new products. So we were talking last stream about the percentages of sodium hypochlorite, and I found out why Nuclear Pro, so this one here, sodium hypochlorite that has the scent masks, it has the surfactant mixed in, the wetting agents, allowing for like longer dwell times and all that sort of good stuff. But this one, because it's 10%, I believe, 10% sodium hypochlorite, they can ship it in 20-litre containers. But they've just come out with a brand new product that is a higher strength called Nuclear Fallout Pro. This one you need to buy in bulks of 60 litres, because something to do with the shipping laws of a certain percentage of hypo. I found this out from the CEO of Pure Seal when I asked a couple of questions last night, and he got back to me very quickly. Why can't I just buy the one, I said. There's a weird smell coming from outside. Something to do with the shipping laws, but this one is 13.5% active hypo content. So this one's a lot stronger. And it contains the surfactants and the wetting agents and the scent mask. They've also got another new product called Nuclear Fusion. Before I move on, I pay about 27 quid for sodium hypochlorite, but I pair it with Pure Seal. So I just get mine from a local farm shop at the moment, just because, again, I'm tight. But I pair it with this, the Pure Surf Boost, £17.50 for 5 litres, and you can dilute this 500 ml to like a 25 litre tub of hypo. So if you're just buying the hypo with nothing else in it, you can like mix this stuff with it to make it nice and foamy. So that's what I do, because it's just slightly cheaper. But it would make more sense to really to get the Nuclear Pro. So this one, this Nuclear Fusion Pro, you add it to their other products to make it even more foamy and even more like longer dwell times at lower dilution ratios. So like this enhances their other products, which is interesting. And then they've also got another new one called Biomask Pro, and this one gets rid of the smell of hypo decomposing biological matter that can sometimes occur when using our professional use products. So you can dilute this with water and spray it over the surface afterwards if you want to leave it like smelling nice, which is interesting. Jake, on mobile, your channel link to the member part in the description isn't a clickable link. Is it the same on yours? Thank you, Charlie. Let's have a look. I can click it. Your channel link in the members part in the description. So where it says you can join the private WhatsApp group, downloadable images, packs and more, and you click on it. You become a member, Etor. Can you just let me know how to say your name again, please? Is it Etor? Thank you so much for the membership. You've contributed quite a lot tonight, haven't you? So thank you. I can click it on mine. Is it this bit in the description of the video? And you've got that little link there. It opens up on mine. I mean, don't worry too much about the memberships tonight, guys. If it's not working or whatever, just wait and I'll get it sorted. We've got 2 new members tonight, haven't we, Mr. Moo and Etor? And they will now gain access to the private WhatsApp group. They are now considered special. I'm only joking, you're all very special to me. The fact that I've got 30 odd people in here tonight, and it went up, it peaked at like 40 people were watching earlier, which is so cool, because you guys are obviously getting some sort of value from this, and that's what I love. Makes me feel special. Can you only do the membership from a computer? I couldn't do it earlier. Oh, I don't know. No, I don't think so. I've got the join button. If I'm on the app here, this is my latest video. This is how it looks for everyone, I'm assuming, on the app. The join button is just there. So I don't know. Are you signed into YouTube? You might need to be signed in, I don't know. If you were to do a 6-monthly bio top-up, how long would you wait before rinsing it off? Just thinking on time at each door. Say I made a Friday a bio day once a month. That would be mint. Yeah, that'd be cool. That's a great idea. You don't rinse it off, and that's the other benefit. You spray it and you leave it on, and you tell the customer don't walk on it for the rest of the day, and that's it. Spray it, leave it on. It will reactivate every time it rains, and it will self-cleanse for the next, up to 12 months. On roofs and stuff, I don't know what the difference is. Maybe it's the lower dilution ratio, but you dilute on a roof biocide roughly about 1 to 20, and that will last up to like 2 to 3 years. On ground surfaces it's like 1 to 30, and that will last 8 to 12 months, I think. So if you keep it topped up every 6 to 8 months at a dilution of 1 to 30, it's as if you're coming in and just spraying a weed killer down. It's not a weed killer. That's not what it's designed for. It prevents it prevents organic regrowth. I've got your request for the residential pack, and I will sort it out once I've finished live streaming, if that's okay. So those requests for the photos, they come through to me on email, and then I can go in and give you permission once I've checked that you're a valid member. Is there anything else that I wanted to talk about tonight? Let me just check my list. Is everyone happy with this quote? What are we charging for this biocide treatment? With the information you guys have of how long it's going to take me, what do we think is reasonable for a biocide top up every 6 months? I should really be asking other people in the industry that do this on a regular basis, but I think 75 quid isn't unreasonable for the surface area, and to negate the need to pressure wash it every year. I feel like 75 quid is about right, but let me know what you guys think. Either way, I'm a member in waiting. Thank you, mate. Just checking on mobile, and the join button isn't on the screen for your live video. That is very interesting. What device are you on? And are you signed into YouTube? Are you able to give an insight to the Pure Seal training? In what way? I can't necessarily give you any information that's contained in the course, or I try not to anyway, because it's a paid course, but I would thoroughly recommend it. If you want to become a professional in this industry with ongoing support from the manufacturers themselves, with a fantastic ecosystem of feedback and experiences from like other members and support, and discounts, and just the book alone that they give you when you finish the course is such a detailed guide to every single surface that you'll come across. How to clean it, how to prepare it for sealing, and then which product to use for sealing, how many coats you'll need, the process for sealing, like which method to use. Like, are you going to use a roller or a sprayer or a brush? Like, it's so comprehensive, that book is, that to me is worth the cost of the course on its own anyway, and so I would recommend it. And on top of that book and the knowledge that you'll gain, the ongoing support after that is something you can't really pay for, I don't think. And it's from the people that are making the products. It's not just like a random expert. It's from the people that make and test these products every single day. So who better to give the course, give the training? £30 a drive for the biocide. And it only really makes sense if you're going to seal it first, because the rate in which the weeds will grow back through, if you're not sealing, if you're not solidifying that sand between the joints, I'd suggest you only offer maintenance packages on those surfaces that you're going to seal first. But also, if you've cleaned a tarmac drive, that might be something you could, because tarmac is quite prone to getting moss build-up. But if you can sell a maintenance package and come back every 6 months to top up the biocide so they never get that moss regrowing ever again, you'd never have to clean that drive ever again. I don't know, that's a bold statement. Maybe I'll withdraw that statement. Sorry. You might have to clean it again at some point, but who knows. You're on Apple and you're signed in. I'll screenshot it and send it to you. That's very strange, isn't it? Because I can do it on my phone and I can do it on my computer, and that's a different account. That's not my account. That's like another account viewing my page from like a third party, and I can see it. So that's very strange. I'm the same. Don't have the join button on live stream. Yes, signed into YouTube on iPhone. Answered my question perfectly, thank you. Which one was that? Surface Medics. Are you able to give an insight to the... Okay, perfect, thank you. How many courses have you done and how long were they? I've just done the one course. It was a 2-day course over in Nantwich, but I think they've moved the course now to a different venue. 2-day course. I've only done the one. I'm actually on their app. I'm an approved applicator on their app. I downloaded it the other day. Oh, that's what I was supposed to send you. I was supposed to show you guys me using the Pure Seal app for the first time and trying to measure some stuff. It's not very accurate. Or it wasn't for me anyway. I've used it like 3 times and it's not worked. It's like, you know like AR, where you use your camera and you place points down in the real world and it tracks where those points are, and then it draws lines between 4 points and supposedly measures it. It wasn't very accurate for me, but maybe I was doing it wrong. I don't know. What was I just talking about? I don't know what I was just talking about. I've lost my train of thought totally. Sorry. How much was the course? Let's have a look. Approved applicator module 1, driveway and stone restoration. So this is the course I went on. Module 2 is render, building and structures. And I think they are planning on doing a roof cleaning one as well. So these dates are, oh, they are still doing it in Nantwich. I think it's just a different venue within Nantwich. But if you end up signing up for the course, tell them I sent you. Because, you know, it wouldn't hurt. Oh, the boots. I forgot to send the video. I was going to include the boots. I was going to include the boots in this week's video, but I forgot to include it in the start of the video. Are you guys alright chilling for a bit? Like, are we... It's getting late. I'd normally be sort of thinking about ending around about now, but I can go for a little bit longer if you guys are happy chilling. You have to let me know. So what I'm doing here is I'm just plugging my phone in to grab some images, some videos from the phone. Are we happy with that quote? 785 quid. Clean, chemical treatment, sand, seal, biocide top-ups. And if they want to spread the cost over 3 or 4 months, I'm happy for them to do that, if it means I get to do it all in one go. What are you talking about? Carry on cleaning. Is that old Smelty sent me? Oh, 420 quid. I thought you were talking about something totally different when you were saying 420. Yes. Old Smelty sent me. Smelts Pressure Washing sent me. Let me try and find this. Pima says, sorry, I missed your comment, sorry. What washer have you got? Is it the Lincoln G420? Possibly. I think I've got a Lincoln engine. I've got the 3700 PR, 15 litre per minute. This one from Equip to Clean. Looking to upgrade soon though. Yeah, it's a 4-stroke Lincoln. 14 horsepower. Lincoln 14. I don't think it's telling me which Lincoln it is. Hope that helps. Also, something that I've been meaning to bring up on the stream, by the way. If you're going to order new nozzles for the end of your lance, you need to make sure they're designed for the flow rate of your machine. Because if they're restrictive, if the holes inside the nozzles are too small, you're going to damage your pump. And this is something I only learned recently. So this particular machine here is 15 litres per minute. And with the bar, with the I think it's 200 and something bar, 225 bar I think, or something similar. Let's have a look. Let's be specific. 3,700 max pressure, 3,400 operating pressure, 3,400 psi in bar is 235-ish bar. So you'd match that with a 0.45 turbo nozzle. And that 0.45 is the size of the hole. So all these nozzles here that you get with the equipment, these ones, they are designed for that machine. One thing I didn't know is I was using some of the old nozzles that I had on my Parker brand machine, which was a lower litres per minute. It was an 11 litres per minute, 3,100 psi or whatever. And they might not have necessarily been appropriate for this machine. They might have been restricting my pump. And so that could have been the cause of some of my issues that I've been having. So it's always important to make sure. Look at me preaching as if I know. I only found this out the other day. The size of the hole in your nozzle needs to be appropriate for your pump. So if you're going to buy a new turbo nozzle, make sure you get the right one. Don't just get a generic turbo nozzle. Got to be the right one. Do you guys want to see the job that I did today? I haven't posted it on any of my social media just yet, but it went well. It was a decent jobbo. Oh god. Block pave job this morning. I got a quote to do that one with the Tesla over the road, look. He came and knocked on my van. Or he came and said hello as I was getting in the van. Weirdly, like luckily I hung around for some reason. I got in the van, I started my engine, and I sat there for like 5 minutes just scrolling through my phone and just catching up with messages. I never do that. I normally drive away straight away. And after like 5 minutes, he came up to the side of the van and he said, "All right, mate, can you give me a quote, please?" So if I hadn't have sat there, I wouldn't have got that extra work. Makes you think, doesn't it? Sometimes things happen for a reason. Oh, that's the wrong way. That is the wrong picture. Okay. You're gonna do this to me. You're gonna do this to me, ain't you? Let's catch up with some questions. You've seen the chart to work it out. Need a bigger brain to work that. Yeah, it's quite confusing, but yes, I have seen it. I never would have thought that. Nice one. Yeah, it's something you don't really think about, isn't it? You get like a selection of basic nozzles with your machine, but then if you upgrade your machine, you can't necessarily use those nozzles from your old one on your new one. Something to consider. How many jobs do you complete a day/week? Toby, welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen your name in here before. How you doing? I reckon I try and only book in really one pressure washing job per day, because to be honest, it takes it out of me a little bit. It's I'm generally finished and back home by midday if I've just got the one pressure washing job. And once I've had a shower and walked the dog and gone through my messages and the quotes and stuff, that's like enough for me. That's a full day for me then. Occasionally, like today, I had a pressure washing job in the morning, and then I went to another job where I resanded it about midday, and that took me to like 1:30 by the time I got home. Then I had lunch, then I did some admin. Yeah, if it's like gutters and fascias or conservatory cleaning or whatever, I'll do maybe 2 or 3. But one pressure washing job a day is generally like enough for me. I make my money, and I've got plenty of time to spend with the family, plenty of time to spend catching up on my admin stuff. If I want to stretch it, I could potentially do 2 or 3 pressure washing jobs a day, but I always find that I'm rushing when I do that. There are times where people have asked me like, can you just squeeze me in before this date? And like I've added like a job to an already quite busy day, and it's just made me stressed out. I feel like I'm rushing jobs, which is the last thing I want to do. I want to be able to spend. Sorry guys, bear with me just a sec. Hello?
Hello?
You're right. Guys, I've got a McFlurry on the way. I've lost my train of thought. I think you got the idea. What I was trying to say. Yeah, the engine seems solid. I've had a few issues with the pump, but like I said, this pump has leaked oil on me. But there's a bit between the gearbox and the pump. That was leaking a bit of oil. The unloader valve has got some issues here with one of the springs. Again, that could have potentially been from me running the wrong nozzle size. Although I don't know. The only issue I'd say with my machine was the after sales support wasn't great. But for the price, you can't really argue with the price. Even if it lasts a year, you know, this machine will make you 6 times. God, over the course of a year, how much has that made me? God, if you just want to get into the industry as quickly as possible and you've got $1,000 to spend, just get that and just start making money and start earning. But like, if you're looking for something, if you've got a bit of money to invest into your business and you want to look for longevity, I'd probably go for, instead of a 15 litre per minute Chinese machine, I'd probably go for like a 21 litre per minute UK made product, local. Get it from a local supplier so that you can go back to for like after sales support and stuff. I'm trying to find. We were talking about boots the other day, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it, to be honest. I tried some boots on, basically. I'm not going to be able to find it because I can't see the... Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that right now. I tried to get some new boots the other day. Those, they were the... my mind's just gone blank. What are the boots called? The Havasquanas. Husqvarna's. Husqvarna rubber boots. There we go. I tried these on the other day because I'm after some new like wellies. Husqvarna, yeah. Husqvarna. I tried them on the other day because I'm after some new wellies, because mine are like losing all the insoles inside. They're all sort of coming apart. They're just very cheap, uncomfortable, slightly too big for me, always wet inside, just basic wellies, and I'm after some nice ones. But these are so hard, they're so tough, and there's no real flex in them, and they cut in quite sharp here, you know, like the sides of your feet. This sort of presses in. I was trying on a 12. I'm between like normally a 12 and a 13, and they press in quite tightly on the sides. I could feel like that was going to be an issue for me. There's no real flex. They're not very comfortable. I want something like lined. I want something that feels like a boot, but that's as high as a welly and that's fully waterproof. Boot, welly boot. Has anyone got anything that they're really happy with? Like, I want like a lined boot. I wonder if Screwfix do some. I bet Screwfix always comes through. Oh my god, Screwfix do boots. I don't need a safety welly. I don't necessarily need steel toe caps. I just want something comfortable. Non-safety welly. So you've got safety wellies and specifically non-safety wellies. Wide fit, waterproof. Sole has no anti-static properties. Is that for like electricians and stuff? Steel penetration resistant midsole. Steel toe cap. I think I've got these. I think I've got some Dunlops. Some basic Dunlops. Oh, look at these waders. I need some new waders. Mine are getting a bit ropey now. God, Screwfix is so good. They've got everything. Old trainers, tried boots and wellies. I get wet either way. Oh, muck boots. Safety wellies. Those are expensive, but they've got that rubber, no, that sort of foamy top bit, but they look like they'd be quite hard. They look pretty much exactly the same as the Muscovanas, apart from the little tie off bit at the top to tighten them up. The toe like points up in the air automatically. The thing with Screwfix is they might do the same welly here, but they display it like 4 times because they've got each size. Each like specifically size 7, specifically size 11, and they display it multiple times, so you end up scrolling for ages. They've got orange ones. Chainsaw wellies. I mean, are they just the same as the Muscovanas, really? Or are they going to be more comfortable? I want orange everything. If I get my new machine made from PWSC, Precious Pressure Washers Stafford, if I join the Green Army and I get one of these fancy van mounts like this, which is what I want, because there's a lead time, they have to like build them to order. I think it's like a 5-week lead time potentially. I can't really remember, I might be wrong on that. I'm going to get them to powder coat it in orange instead of green to match my logo and stuff. That'd be so sick. Let's just price one up. Just do we want electric start? Are we bothered? Are we really bothered? I don't mind pull starting. For the sake of, we'll price it up and we'll see the difference. 21 litre, 200 bar, turbo package, no Vibro X, 2.5 grand plus VAT. Now look, just consider the cost of, first of all, the skid, second of all, the mount here that's going to be bolted to the van, the cost of the reel itself. The turbo pack comes with 20, so the reel can hold 70 meters worth of hose, but the turbo pack comes with 20 meters of high pressure hose, I believe. 20 meters of 2-wire hose, so I've already got I've already got 40 meters of their hose, so I can stick that on there. Look how small it is. They also do one that incorporates the tank. The 250 litre tank sort of slots in next to it as well. This one's got a boiler bolted onto the side of it. This comes with a washdown lance with the QR spigot. It also comes with a turbo lance with the spigot. It's got the easy bleed valve on the side, and you also get some hypo with it as well. I think that really is a fantastic price. So plus VAT, 2,500. 2,500 times 1.2 equals 3,000. So 3 grand for a brand new machine. 20 meters of hose, turbo lance, and the van mount. I've already got the tank. I've already got the hose. If they can paint it in my colour, I think that's what I want. So the skid and the reel is almost 700, over 700 quid anyway, including the VAT. Hello, Mishi. Oh, how much is it with the electric start? Good question. You're right. So 2499 excluding VAT, and then with the electric start, it adds another 300 quid. Thank you so much.
Just to let you know, for next time there's a Lotus Biscoff one.
Lotus Biscoff? You didn't tell me that.
I didn't know until I asked what the flavours were.
Oh, I'm joking. Thank you. You guys ever, have you ever done this? Plain McFlurry. Nothing in it, just ice cream, and then a hot apple pie, and you crush the apple pie into the McFlurry. They haven't really filled that up very well, have they? It's like the contrast of hot, like really hot versus cold, versus crunchy versus smooth. Oh. Add to cart. Not just yet. That sounds like a good price. Pimo. Luke says, as I said last week, those women can't withstand the orange boots. You think it'd look good? So, what do you think of these? Oh, she's gone. What do you think of these booties?
Lovely.
From Screwfix as well. We got the little pull tassel on the top.
You need about 6 sizes bigger than that. So.
Don't be rude. I'm a size 12.
13.
13, potentially. I don't need steel toe caps. I feel like that just makes it heavier. Ooh, what are they? Actifort safety wellies. Those have got a bit of orange on them. Ribbed. Steel toe cap. Oil repellent. Waterproof. What's wrong with them? Dunlop. Don't mind a bit of that, you know. In terms of that machine, mate, what's the difference in quality with the Honda? Hondas are very, very popular. They've been the go-to for the last God knows how many years. And I think these guys actually offer a Honda system, a Honda engine, in some of their other pressure washers. So if you go for the A2, I think you can order the A2 with the GX390. But they also offer the Vanguard again. Ripped. What was I saying? So you can still order the Honda from them, and I'm sure if you wanted to pair it with the Honda instead of the Vanguard, I'm sure they'd let you do that. Just need to ring them up first, maybe. Maybe that configuration of engine just works out with their van mount system, I don't know. What do you use for cleaning fascias and soffits, Sam? I use a water-fed pole with a gardener backpack attached. Damn it. You guys alright going for a little bit longer? And do you mind me like eating my... because I'm gonna eat my ice cream now. I'm chilling, I'm happy. Or I can end it. So I use this, it's Synergy from Pure Seal. This is like a foamy, soapy, degreasy. Can you hear that? You can't hear that. Why is it so quiet? That's what I use. Synergy from Pure Seal combined with the Gardener backpack and a water-fed brush. Go ahead, eat and chat. Okay. Get his grandma's man. I like you, Luke. You're funny. I'm going in. This is the technique. Let me show. Oh God. Let me show you the technique. We could do some ASMR if you like. I can put my microphone really close to it as well.
So I mixed about 20 litres of water with 2 litres of solution. It looks like orange juice and it smells beautiful, but anyway, I applied it with the Gardener backpack.
Watch this.
And you can see all the dirt falling off anyway.
Shush. We don't need to hear that. This is turning into something different, isn't it, Soph? Oh, it cracked too early. Damn it. There's not supposed to be that much in there. It's supposed to be just like a section of that. And you crack it up. Oh well.
See ya.
Right. Has anyone got any other questions? So, do you want to come see this quote? Can I play you the video? Right. This is an interesting test. Before you see the quote, let me play you this video.
Me?
Yep. Come here a sec. If you were a customer and this was your property, first of all, how much are you expecting to pay to have this washed and resanded and chemically treated? Okay? Okay?
I don't think I can do that unbiasedly though, can I?
No, but just I just want to know whether you think the price is acceptable. Okay?
Okay.
Steps, all block paving, and I might even throw the walls in for free as well. All these black spots on the walls surrounding everything. This is your property. You got a driveway as well, and you just want it cleaned and resanded. What are you paying?
Cleaned and resanded.
Yep. What are you expecting to pay?
I don't know. As a customer, I wouldn't have a clue.
For reference, it's over 100 square meters. So it's quite a big one, really. And you're going to get the walls done as well.
I don't know.
No pressure.
I know, yeah, I'm going to get this really wrong. I'm a cheapskate, so I wouldn't pay more than 400.
400 to clean it and sand it.
Yeah, but I know that's just me. You know what I mean? It has no money. Oh, that's close.
That was really good. I'm impressed. That was surprisingly accurate. Bloody hell, Soph. She's also asked for it to be sealed as well. So she's going to end up paying a bit more. Well done. That was like a good test to let me know whether I'm in line with like customers' expectations, because you are pretty impartial.
Yeah.
You don't have much involvement in the pricing of stuff.
No,
Do you?
I just know it's expensive though.
You know
As
it's
a customer,
expensive. She knows I'm expensive.
You're not really when all that makes you happy is an apple pie and McFlurry.
You are?
You're not that expensive when all that makes you happy is an apple pie and a plain McFlurry.
This is a great pudding, to be fair.
I really thought I deserve this tonight.
Nothing like a bit of corporate product placement. What water-fed brush and attachments? Cheers, mate. So if you have a look on the Gardener website, you can get the backpack, which I think is sold out at the minute. I think I've been pushing it in my videos.
Too hard.
Too hard. So you can get this backpack, and you can spec it out so that the backpack has like this attached to it. Like you can spec it so that it has the aqua stop fittings. And then also I got the 22 CLX 22, I think I got, which is the carbon composite pole, the cheapest you can buy on their website. 22 I think is what I got. 165 quid plus VAT. And again, you can stick the gooseneck on it, you can choose which brush you want. So I went for the medium soft for the first one. Now I've got like a flocked brush. I've gone for the 50 degree fan jets. Let's just go medium soft mixed. That's a decent brush, to be fair. The hose, I think I went for 10 meters of Ultraflex hose, and then the connector type was it the male hose lock type male plug. So 186 quid plus 20% VAT is what I paid for that.
You'd love a male plug, wouldn't you?
A male plug? You cheeky boy. Briggs & Stratton make the Vanguard engine. It's incredibly popular. It's I'd say there's more Hondas out there, but Briggs & Stratton have got such a good reputation. I don't think you've got any worries. And because it's a UK business that are selling it as well, I've heard that what are they called? Pressure washers. Precious pressure washers. I've heard that their after sales support is like top notch, properly good. So I want to be a Green Army member. The Green Army is calling. So that'll be my next machine, I think. But don't want to buy anything until mine breaks. But it'll be a nice little upgrade. 21 litres per minute instead of 15. Weekly duo quotes. No, Luke, I don't think it's a risk at all, mate. No. Always good to get the missus' opinion. They're brutally honest. Yeah. You are brutally honest, aren't you? Really?
Me? There's the one who says, well, I'm just being honest. Would you rather me tell you a lie? No, but say it in a nicer way.
Made the mistake of asking me if she looks fat the other day. I said not fat, just... what did I say? Fatter. You're not fat. Look at you. Look at you. You're a swimmer. She's just been swimming. She was in the Nationals. I tell that to everyone, you know, when they ask about you.
No, you don't. You don't know what. You don't know what I did. You did like.
You were in the internationals.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a bit of apple pie here that I forgot about. Oh, that's going to have to go in raw. No ice cream. Damn it. I don't really want it.
Your leg had to be pulled there, didn't it? He is cruising for a bruising. Okay.
I'm just reading. Sorry. That was a big piece of pie.
You've got to throw it after this way.
Is that the difference? 300 quid extra going from the Lincoln to the Honda. Both 21 litre pumps. Yeah, I don't know. I reckon. Just based on the fact that everyone's got the Honda machines and they all rate them. So like...
Have you actually done the whole bottle of wine?
No, there's still some left.
Oh, you're going to be annoying tonight.
It's bedtime. What do you mean I'm going to be annoying?
You're going to be annoying.
There's no time left to be annoying.
We'll make time.
Are you going to bed?
I'm going to lie down and try and get to sleep.
You're going to scroll TikTok.
No, I'm telling you.
You're going to go lie down and pretend you're going to try and get to sleep. You're going to play on your farm game?
No. I'm playing my game.
Live ya. Honda all the way. I got the GX 340 15 litres and it's a weapon. I'm wondering how much of an upgrade the 21 litre per minute compared to the...
Just found the cutest little thing under the duvet.
What?
He's just lying there.
Oh, under your side?
Yeah.
Maya plants little teddies here and there.
Oh.
That was under your pillow, under your duvet.
Under the duvet, like on the pillow a little bit.
That's cute. Yeah, I'm intrigued as whether I'm going to feel like a massive difference between going from 15 litres per minute to 21. What I could do is get in touch with Squeaky Clean Dave, because I've got his number now and we chat every so often. Wonder if he'd let me have a go on his machine before I make the purchase. And I can film it and I can show you guys my reaction. Reaction content. Spot on, mate, that's great. Love the content. Keep grinding. Thank you, Sam. What was spot on, by the way? I don't remember responding to your... Oh, the fascia and soffits. No worries. Thank you. Thanks for asking the question. You got your machine from Rutland Pumps? Yeah, Rutland Pumps do, because what I don't want to do is get another machine on a trolley like this. What I want to do is get it on a skid. Oh, come on. And Rutland Pumps do machines on skids like this one. Let's go 21 litres per minute, 200 bar, GX 390. So when you look at like that, let's supply it with, oh, we don't actually need a hose because I've got the one I want. I want the MIDI quick release. Reel mounted to frame. So you can get a reel above the frame, which I think is what HK pressure washing has got. See, even that would be great, wouldn't it? But I don't think that's coming with, you know, all the like the turbo package and stuff, is it? Oh, it's got a turbo nozzle and it's got a lance. See, that could be the route. Who knows? 2,300 including VAT, or you can pay £3,000 for the turbo package and the reel and the frame from Precious pressure washers. I don't know. I don't know where I want to go. I feel like I'm drawn to the Green Army. That's where I want to go. But also, if you look at Gutter Vacuum System, they're doing their thing as well with the pressure washers. They've got a Honda powered 21 litre per minute pressure washer. Yes, it's on a trolley, but it's a very reasonable price. 21 litre per minute Tsunami, 1,700 quid including VAT. So it's got I think it's got the Briggs pump. Oh, it's got the interpump. So it's like, where'd you go? There's so much competition and there's so many different suppliers. It's difficult. Are you and Dave going to do any work together in the future? Yes. We're trying to plan something, but it's hard to get our schedules to merge. I think we're both booked up for like 3 weeks, and so I need to just be like on the ball, and when a job comes in that's going to be potentially too big for just me, I need to immediately message Dave and say, when are you free? When can we get this booked in? But it's I don't want to get him across for a job that I could do by myself, because then we'd both just sort of be twiddling our thumbs, and I want to make it like a big impressive job that we both do together. And the one job I offered him, which I've got this week, I'm cleaning the surrounding area of a swimming pool, which I've never done before, but it's going to be cool. It's going to be a cool video. If I'm allowed to film, I'm going to double check. I wanted him to join me on that one, but it was too close because they wanted it booked in before the end of the month, and he'd already got jobs on, I think, which made me sad. But I can't wait to work with him. It's going to be fun. Don't get me started on the farm game. My missus is not... I don't mind it. I think it's quite cute that she's got this little game that she plays every night. Don't want to buy anything till yours breaks, but there's a 5-week lead time. Yes, Charlie, I thought the exact same thing the other day. I literally thought, if I'm going to wait for mine to break and then they've got to build this, there's going to be a 5-week gap where I can't work. Like, I literally thought about that the other day. It's a very good point. Yours currently being 15 litre per minute. What would 21 litre bring to the table? More power equals quicker jobs. Yeah, exactly. And potentially the issue, I don't know if you saw my latest video, but the issue I had with my surface cleaner is that there's not enough flow going through my surface cleaner to allow me to clean block paving. Mostly to allow me to clean block paving to a satisfactory standard with my surface cleaner. So it means I've got to turbo it every time. Spick and span, are you going, mate? Have a good night. Thank you for joining the live stream every week and being a member of the channel. I really appreciate you, mate. Thank you. All the best. So if you see the surface cleaner here, we had good results. If you haven't watched the video, we had good results on the back. Yes, there's black spots, but that can be chemically treated. But it cleared the stuff from between the joints. Whereas where we went round to the front, and I surface cleaned the front, you can see in the video that there was stuff left over. There was weeds and there was a bit of moss left over, and I'm wondering if this exact situation with a 21 litre per minute machine would have yielded better results. Because if you look here now, it looks clean, but there's weeds. And so would the same surface cleaner, an 18-inch surface cleaner with the appropriate jets for that machine, clear that moss and clear those weeds? Because that would mean, if it did, it's such a small thing, but if it did, it means I don't have to go over that whole drive with a turbo nozzle. I could have done that whole drive with the surface cleaner, but instead I had to do this. So Surface Medics has become a member of the channel. Thank you so much. Thank you, mate. JD, can't you change the jets for better results? I've heard about this. So the jets that I've got at the minute are 0. I've got 3 jets because my surface cleaner has a triple bar underneath, so it's got 3 different jets underneath instead of 2 like most people have. Surface Medics, thank you again. I really do appreciate that, mate. So it's spread across, so the pressure is obviously spread across 3 points, so they are 25-degree jets with 0.15 nozzle size, like a hole size. JD, do you know what would you suggest to change those to that would make it so that it would clear those weeds? Do you keep the 0.15 nozzle size so that the flow is the same, but do you reduce the 25-degree fan jets down to like 15 degree or something? Is that how that works? And then it will clear the weeds more effectively. Because my issue with that is that'll be fine for block paving, but then if I were to move on to a concrete slabs, am I going to etch those slabs if I use that surface cleaner? Do I need to now get 2 separate surface cleaners depending on which job I'm going to? Do you know what I'm saying? Because I don't want to keep changing the jets every time I go to a block paving job, and then every time I go to a concrete job. I don't want there to be too much. You know, when the jets, that's 25 degree, that's 15 degree. I don't want it to be too focused on like a concrete surface where it's going to etch the surface. Have you looked into Landy's setups? Landy's? Can you elaborate? I don't know what that means. I got the same problem with mine, even with full pressure, watching Prestige cleaning, and he said he changed the jets to his likening. Okay, do you know what he changed them to? Because I'd be interested to know. The block paved driveways you're doing there, how long would that take to turbo nozzle, and how long would it take to surface clean if it came up satisfactory? So that particular drive, adverts. So I reckon if I could get away with surface cleaning that to a satisfactory standard, including round the side and round the back, I was finished at that job by about 11:30, I reckon. So I started at 9, finished at 11:30. That was including a massive road clean as well. I had to clean the road up outside the front, which took a long time. Multiple hypo treatments as well, so it took longer than it should have, really. But if I could have surface cleaned that and then just gone around the edges with the turbo nozzle, I could have got the cleaning done in like half an hour, really. Just the cleaning, half an hour, and then the rinse down, and then the hypo, and then clean the road and all that sort of stuff. Doing it with the turbo nozzle, it's like, I'd say like an hour and a half maybe. So it would be a substantial time saving if I could get the results. You know what I mean? It's difficult because I don't know the best way of achieving those results. Do I, even at 21 litres per minute and 200 bar with the appropriate jets, is that going to be like enough flow to justify an upgrade? Or do I need to, am I expecting too much? Do I need to upgrade to something like 25 litres per minute or 30 litres per minute to expect to be able to clean block paving reliably and remove all the weeds, all the moss from between the joints? So I don't want to spend $3,000 on a new machine and it's still not going to speed things up. You know what I mean? I wonder if an 18-inch bar from BE Whirlaway would screw into your machine. So Charlie, so reducing from a triple bar to a double bar and spreading that pressure across 2 jets instead of 3. You could be onto something there. I could be losing potential, couldn't I, really? 3 bars is going to clean more evenly, probably, but 2 bars would probably penetrate deeper. I have no idea, but you can find out for us. Okay, I'll be the test dummy, Jay. What are you going to do when 15 min city is set up everywhere? Just Google it now. It's very worrying. Oh, 15 minute city. Is this where everything is basically every time you travel 15 minutes, every 15 minutes you've travelled, there's a city within that area that has everything possible you could need. So there's no reason to travel outside of that area. So within 15 minutes of anywhere you are, you've got everything you need. How would that affect my business? Because I can still, as far as I'm aware, I can still operate as I'm operating right now. It's not going to mean there's more people that start their businesses up doing pressure washing, is there? Or I can only operate. Does it mean I can only operate within 15 minutes of myself? That doesn't sound sustainable. I don't think anyone's going to go for that, really. Hi, Rooney. Welcome to the stream. Hi, could you not hire the one you want to buy, but ask to try before you buy? That's a good idea. Because a lot of these, what people don't sometimes realise is that hiring a machine, you know, if you're charging the customer the cost to hire that machine and you're still making a profit, it could work out cheaper initially when you're new to the game. It could work out better than actually purchasing your own machine in the early days. Obviously you're going to want to get your own one if you're doing it long term. I need a wee, bear with me a second. I can't believe I've sat here for, how long have I been going? 4 hours, and I've not had one bathroom break. I'll be back. Bear with. Landy pressure washing setups. This is interesting. So just an initial thing. They don't do a GX390 21 litre per minute version. They only do the 15 litre per minute. That was just my initial reaction. I've not heard of this company before. It looks more agricultural, doesn't it? What's the PTO machine? Galvanized frame. Hot machine. Electric machines. Yeah, I mean, they look like a generic pressure washer supplier. This looks like a very familiar machine to what a lot of them are supplying. This looks more aimed at like a farm. Sludge pump. That's a good diagram for a turbo lance, for a turbo nozzle. That's a very good representation of what it actually does. Sludge pump, let me see that. Why have they put a picture of a rocket next to it? Is that a rocket? Is that a rocket taking off, or am I looking at it weirdly? I think I'm drunk. I've had a bottle of wine. So these sludge pumps are very impressive. You fire water down, and it draws high pressure water this way, and somehow it draws water and sludge back up the other way. Very cool design. I have 18-inch with 2 keys and still the same problem. 2 keys, like 2 jets. If 21 litres per minute allows you to use a surface cleaner and cuts that time off the clean, it would be a no-brainer, yes. But for $3,000, if it didn't, I wouldn't be looking at 21 litres per minute. Exactly. This is my thing. And if I go to Rutland Pumps, they do sell nuttier machines. For example, so these are all 15 or 21, but if you go for the Vanguard range, look, you can get a 23 horsepower, 25 litre per minute, 300 bar. And that on its own, with the skid, is $4,500, over $4,500. So just going from 21 litres per minute, which is like around $2,000, to 25 litres per minute is an extra $2,000. Like, what's that? 22, 250 bar, again 3,800 quid plus VAT. And then if you want to go even higher to like 30 litres per minute, what are we looking for a 30 litre per minute? I mean, that one's got the trolley with it as well. Wheelbarrow trolley, what's the difference with that one? Lincoln, that's a Lincoln. This one is a WaterTech Vanguard. So let's go for this one. 23 horsepower, 30 litres per minute. So that's going to do the job in it, really. If it's block paving and there's weeds, that's going to do the job. But you're going to need like a water supply as well to keep up with that. So my 250 litre tank probably isn't going to suffice. 20 litres per minute, 250 bar, we're looking at almost $5,000. But it's probably going to do the job, innit, really? That's going to do what I want it to do. Is it a V engine? I've seen something about these V twin engines, because also AC pressure washers. What have I just clicked on? AC pressure washers. These guys have got like a V twin setup. These static pressure washers, look. Hot van mounted system. I'm not necessarily interested in a hot water pressure washer. This has got a Briggs & Stratton 23 litre per minute engine. Electric start. It's a Honda, I think. Is it a Honda? Oh no, sorry. Briggs & Stratton engine. The other one's a Honda. This one with the hot water is a Honda GX 630. So that's like a V. So is that like a double overhead cam engine? That's like a car engine, isn't it? See, that's the dream, really. That's the ideal setup. Apart from the boiler, like I'm not really interested in the boiler. Look at that. both your reels, your fuel tank. You just pull it out and off you go. Like, no unpacking stuff, no taking anything out of the van. That's the dream, that is. I bet it's quiet. Hi, keep up the good work. CFC, thank you for the kind comments. You just need one of these guys in here who has one to unscrew the bar and find out what thread it is. Yeah. Yeah, I need I mean, the pressure washer sales and service guys are really informative. They teach me a lot every time I talk to them. I'm going to start doing YouTube videos when I get a tidy camera. You've inspired me. It's a good little community going. You started a good little community going by yet, and I've just started, so be great to see the progression. JD, thank you, mate. Don't wait until you get a good camera, just use your phone. That's all I'm using. I use my Google Pixel. This is the phone that I record all of my YouTube videos with. Yes, I'm using a digital SLR for the live stream, but that's just because I can. I don't think it adds necessarily any higher quality. But use your phone if you're going to start recording for YouTube or for shorts or for reels, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Everything I've done is from my phone. So don't wait, just start doing it right now. Because if you wait, there's a good video. If anyone wants to see a video that will inspire the pants off you, there's one called pressure washing winter spring only in spring. I can't remember what the video is called. Don't wait until spring. We can watch it on stream together if you like. This inspired me, and it was like reaching out of YouTube and like just poking me in the face and saying, "This is you. Stop doing this." Is it called the worst time of year? It's this guy, Forever Self-Employed, who's a fantastic YouTuber, and I can't remember. Sorry guys, bear with me just a second. I think it's a video that's well worth a watch, because if you're like me, you procrastinate and you wait for things to align before you make a move on something, and it's never a good time. It's like having children. It's never the right time to do it, so just do it. Where's this video? Forever Self-Employed. Thoroughly recommend this YouTube channel. Can I search in this YouTube channel? Can I search within this? I don't think I can. Spring is the worst time of year. God, what's it called? Why is my video keeps popping up? This is it. I've got it. I've got it. Watch this with me.
Did you know that Google is the first place shoppers look for new products?
What is up, everybody? My name is Justin. This is Forever Self-Employed. In today's video, we are going to be talking about why starting your business in the spring is a terrible idea and why you should never do it. But before we get into that, I do want to show you guys something cool that I've been working on. I've been playing around with this hard close strategy with regards to running Facebook ads, and it's helped me close a bunch more jobs, especially with people who are on the fence with getting the service done. And if you guys have ever run Facebook ads before, you know how it can be. Some people are
This
hot,
is a great
some people are
channel,
cold,
very inspirational
but I showed
channel.
this exact hard close strategy in the last Inner Circle call that we did. I showed examples of it. I showed 3 different people that I had closed through text message that equated over $10,000 in jobs. And you guys know we land big jobs because I'm showing you guys all the time on the channel. But if you want to see the exact hard close strategy, as well as be able to copy word for word what I'm texting in these messages to convert people through Facebook ads, check out the first link in the comment section and the description. Since the call, a bunch of guys have been killing it. One guy landed a job that was over $700 using the hard close method. Another guy landed 2 jobs. One was $500. So like I said, if you want to learn, first link in the comment section and the description. Join the group, get on the calls. You can watch the previous backlog of calls, as well as there's course strips and a bunch of other cool things with regards to the group. But with that said, let's go ahead and get into the video. So why is spring a bad time to start? I know what you guys are probably thinking. Justin, you're an idiot. Spring is when everything picks up, when we start landing jobs, when the phone starts ringing, when, you know, everything is going great. Well, I'm not talking about spring, the time of year. I'm not talking about February, March, April, May. I'm using spring more as a metaphor. Spring is the time when everything is convenient, when everything falls into place, when you have your equipment, when you've watched enough videos, when everything is going to go perfect. If you haven't started your business yet, you're probably waiting for spring to start. You're waiting for the right time. Therefore, right now, you're in winter. Because if you're not in spring, you're in winter. You know, winter's cold, winter's harsh, nothing's growing, it's hibernation time. You stay inside because that's where it's nice and warm. And your mindset's like, when I get this piece of equipment, I'll be ready. When the weather gets right, I'll be ready. When I watch a few more videos, I'll be ready. When I quit my job, I will be ready. The problem is that it's always winter. It'll never be spring. And that's why I wanted to make this video. You literally have to make your own spring. And I'm going to tell you guys an example of how I created my own spring. And this doesn't just include people who are just starting, right? We're all in winter. We all have things that we know we need to do, but we put them off for another time. Things that would grow our business, things that could make us more money, things that if we did them and we didn't wait would probably even change our lives. If you're waiting for the stars to align and the feeling to be right and for the approval of those around you, you will never get started. You'll never do the things that are going to push the needle, the things that need to be done, the things that are going to create change in your life, right? We all have these things. I'll give you guys an example of what my winter was. I always wanted to make this YouTube channel, the YouTube channel that you're watching right now. I wanted to document the journey years before I actually did it, but I let excuses get in my way. I said, well, you know, I don't really have a good camera, so I need to get a good camera. And then it was like, well, I don't really have the right computer for editing. And then like, what software am I going to use for editing? I'm not even sure how to edit videos. And what am I even going to make videos on? What am I going to talk about? Who's going to want to even listen to what I have to say? What do I really even know? And what are my friends and family going to think whenever they see me making YouTube videos, like talking about things that I'm doing? That was my winter. My winter was the battle between the thing that I wanted to do, the thing that I felt a pull towards, my passion, the thing that I knew was could really move the needle in my life, the thing that I looked at other people doing and they were having success and they were doing the things that I wanted to do, but I continued to let excuses, I let things get in my way. I wasn't taking action toward what I wanted to do. And so the whole time I was in winter. I was uncertain. It was a time of inaction. I wasn't taking action. I wasn't trying to get the camera. I wasn't just making it work with whatever I had. It was a time of waiting for something that may never come to give you the go ahead to go ahead and do what I needed to do. So how did I get out of it? I took action. I recorded a video, and then I didn't do another video until 2 years later. One day I looked up and I saw that the video that I had done had 30,000 views on it, and I was like, wow, I could probably do this again. Like, I'm still flipping cars. Let me make another flipping cars video. So I said, you know what? I need to take action. I need to do this. And by that point, I was hungry enough. I was like, I'm tired of wasting time. I knew that if anything was going to change, it would need to start with me. I was going to have to take massive action, and so I did. I put my head down and I made video after video after video after video for 3 years to build this channel. What you guys are watching right now is a culmination of 3 years. And it's a culmination of even before this, because I had channels before this and I did things before this, before I even got to this point in the progression. But I get people that, you know, comment all the time and they say, dude, like your channel exploded overnight, you're doing so great, it's awesome. But they didn't see that first year and a half where I put out video after video after video after video. No one watched, no one cared. I'd get like one comment, a couple likes on it. Or the days where, you know, I'd go to school and then I'd get out and then I'd go wash all afternoon and then I'd come back home and then I'd edit all night and then I'd wake up and I'd do the whole thing over again every single day. I was thinking of content, I was listening to people who were doing what I wanted to do all the time. I surrounded myself with it, I engulfed myself with it, but my channel blew up overnight. It didn't. It was like the culmination of so much. It was the culmination of every video that I did that never did anything, and every idea that I had that didn't go anywhere, and every time that I tried to execute something and it didn't turn out the way that I planned, but I kept molding and I kept shaping and I kept tweaking until we finally got some success. I went through the winter for a long time to create my spring, which is what people see now. They congratulate you when you've hit that spring, when they see that success. You're doing so good now, Justin. You're doing great, man. How'd you get to 400,000 subscribers? I went through the winter for so long that now it is spring. So all that to say, we must create our spring instead of wait for it. So if you're currently putting off building your business, or you're currently putting off getting started, or even if you're putting off something within your business like hiring or getting a new piece of equipment, just know that it'll never be the perfect time. It'll never be the spring. You must create the spring. It is always winter. So act now. Create your spring, and if you made it this far in the video, comment down below spring and I will hashtag you a real one. My name is Justin. This is Forever Self-Employed. Get started, get going, let's take action, and let's build it, baby. I'll talk to you.
How good is that? How inspirational is that? It felt like it reached out the screen and just grabbed me, because that is me all over. Just literally not taking action, waiting for stuff to happen around me before I get the go ahead. Right, I'm gonna end the stream there. Thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate all the comments, all the questions. I appreciate you guys tipping and becoming members of the channel. I'll add you in the morning. I'll add you to the private WhatsApp group. And thank you so much. It's been a pleasure talking to you. I've had a really fun night tonight, so thanks. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I know this is a late one, guys. It's almost midnight. It's 10 to midnight. I'm really grateful that you've all stuck around and hung in there for the live stream. So have a good one. See you in a bit, guys. Enjoy wrestling tonight. See you guys.